The future of work has always been shaped by technology. But now, machines are no longer just tools. They're colleagues, co-creators, and competitors. AI is entering the workplace, not in theory, but in practice. Will this be a future of shared prosperity or growing inequality? Welcome to the conversation. Please welcome to the stage the moderator, Mr. Jonathan Charles, communications expert, former BBC senior news editor and head of communications for European Ban of Reconstruction and Development.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for getting out of bed so early for this. Distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues and guests joining us here in Lillestrøm and, of course, online around the world. Welcome to this high-level Leaders Track session of the 20th Annual Internet Governance Forum. I'm Jonathan Charles. As the announcement says, I advise presidents, governments and multinational companies on strategic communications. I'm a former executive committee member of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and a former BBC News foreign correspondent and anchor. It's my honor to moderate today's vital conversation on AI and the future of work. We gather, of course, at a moment of rapid and relentless transformation. Artificial intelligence, robotics, machine vision technologies have long passed the point where they're confined to the lab or the works of science fiction. They are in warehouses, factories, offices, hospitals, classrooms, reshaping industries, redefining job roles, and raising urgent questions about inclusion, security, equity, and human dignity in the world of work. This session will explore what this future means, not in the abstract, but in the real-world context, where policies are made, businesses adapt, and people's lives are affected. We'll hear from political leaders, the companies driving the technology, policymakers, and creative thinkers about how societies can harness AI to empower and not replace workers, and how we can design transitions that are fair, inclusive, and forward-looking. Over the next 90 minutes, we're going to discuss strategies for preparing today's workforce for tomorrow's economy, policies that can safeguard rights while embracing innovation, and the kind of global collaboration that will be essential to shaping a shared digital future. If we are in any doubt about the urgency of this issue, then consider these real-life stories. I'm told that in some companies, and this is hard to believe, but obviously true, Gen Zers often fake looking busy all the time. So worried are they that their lower-level jobs will be replaced by AI. One large investment bank CEO recently told me he's worried about how his younger staff will progress if they can't build their professional expertise and judgment when AI is taking over all or part of their roles. He worries, in other words, about the talent of the future. We're going to be hearing from our impressive panel a little later on. I'll be introducing them in a few minutes. But to open our session, I'm honored to first invite a national leader from our host country. Please join me in welcoming Thomas Norvoll, State Secretary at Norway's Trade, Industry and Fishery Ministry, for his opening remarks. Thomas.
Thank you, Jonathan, and good morning, everyone. I'm really glad to be here at Lillestrøm with you for the IGF conference. This is certainly the place to be this week. There are so many interesting, important, and necessary discussions taking place here. But I think few of them have so many consequences as our topic today, AI and the future work. I'm going to start by disagreeing with the premise somewhat. AI is just as much at work today as it is about the future, because AI is already here. It is deeply embedded in tools we use every day. Here in Norway, we have companies using AI to accelerate the green transition. They are optimizing wind and hydropower, predicting energy demand, and creating smarter, more sustainable shipping. And when I meet with businesses and workers, my impression is that most think that AI is not a threat, but a wave of opportunity. At the same time, it is important to see AI as more than just another tool. It is a platform for transformation, one that will impact virtually every sector of our economy and every part of our society. And like all major technological shifts, like electricity, like the internet, like the mobile phone, it brings opportunities, but also disruption. This is why we recently decided to invest 1 billion kroner to establish 6 national research centers on artificial intelligence. The centers will conduct research on how AI affects society. They will study the development of new technology, and they will make suggestions for how we can strengthen innovation and value creation, both in business and in the public sector. One can easily imagine that as long as there has been work at all, there has been a debate about the future of work. And my guess is there has always been optimists and always been those who fear for their jobs and their way of life. When the Sumerians invented the wheel, surely there was someone who worried that it could have negative consequences for those who were used to carrying things on their back. Professor Judy Weichmann at LSE points out that there are, at any given point in time, several things happening at once. Some jobs are replaced, some jobs will change, and as always with new technology, new kinds of jobs are created. The point is, I guess, it is that change is rarely easy. That is why we have high expectation for our new research centers, because there are serious questions to ponder when we talk about AI and work. Questions about jobs, about ethics, about competitiveness and security, and not least about inclusion. Those who know how to work with AI will be in high demand, and those without access to tools or training risk being left behind. We need to make sure that we don't widen the digital divides, and that workers are empowered, not marginalized. If we make the right decisions now and remember to always put people in the center of AI policy, we can set the course for the future of work that is both safer, greener, and more productive. The biggest risk is not acting in time. I look forward to the upcoming presentations and to the panel discussions, where I hope that we can really look into both the opportunities and the challenges that lie ahead. Thank you for the attention so far. Thank you all.
Thank you very much indeed, Thomas. Let's go to our next set of opening remarks now, and I welcome the UN Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Junha Lee.
Well, good morning. Good to see you again in this plenary hall. Before that, our distinguished panel started their sharing their thought. Perhaps that I could just share a few words from the UN perspectives. We met at a very critical juncture. Artificial intelligence is no longer on the horizon. It is here, actively reshaping our economy, our future, our societies. This transformation is evident in our daily work, from the data we analyze to the countries we serve. AI is changing how government operate and deliver the public service, while raising the new questions of capacities, ethics, and equity, especially for the developing countries. This revolution extends beyond job displacement. It fundamentally alters how value is created, who benefits, and who risks being left behind. AI is entering every sector once sought immune from automation, including health, education, logistics, law, and finance, performing tasks that require judgment, coordination, even creativity. The potential is immense, so are the risks. AI can help us to address urgent skill shortages, make the work safer, smarter, more productive, and unlock the innovation in every corner of the world. However, the risks are equally significant. Widespread job displacement, obsolete skills, and the widening inequalities between the workers, companies, and nations. That is why we must act collectively. Technology itself does not determine our future, but our policies and the choices do that. We need to build an inclusive ecosystem from the education and training to the infrastructure and the governance. We must ensure that the fair labor transition and modernize our social protecting systems. The core principle must be that the AI serves the people, not the other way around. To achieve this, we must invest in digital literacy, especially for women, youth, and the workers in the informal economy, while promoting transparency, accountability, and fairness in the workplace. International cooperation is also very much essential because as no country can navigate this AI transformation alone. AI must be the tool to bridge the divide rather than to deepen the divide. This is not just a technological revolution, it is a social and a political revolution demanding collective leadership. So let us use this discussion to share, reflect, and build a common direction, grounded in dignity, equity, and sustainability. Very much looking forward to hear your inputs, which would contribute to the Norway IGF message to this year's WSIS Plus 20 review, which will be adopted by General Assembly later this year. Thank you so much.
Undersecretary General Junhua Lee, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's move to the people who are really shaping this technology now, who are bringing AI technology to us, and have the first of our expert speakers. First of all, Sandro Gianella, Head of Europe Policy and Partnerships at OpenAI.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and share a few words before we have a discussion on the panel today. To share our thoughts about AI and how we see this impacting our jobs, and as previous speakers said, not just about the future, but how it's already doing that today. It's especially meaningful to gather in Oslo, a city that embodies thoughtful governance, deep respect for social trust, and a rich tradition of balancing innovation and inclusion. Norway's values reflect the kind of AI future that we also want. One rooted in equity, in openness, and in collective progress. The IGF also is one of the really, truly global spaces where technologists, policymakers, civil society, activists come together, not just to talk about technology, but to really shape how it should serve people. It's very aligned also with the mission of OpenAI, which is to ensure that AGI benefits everyone. We believe in the transformative potential of AI. It's a general purpose technology that, not unlike the steam engine or electricity, can really enable and empower people and businesses whilst accelerating human progress. It goes without saying, though, so allow me for a second to touch on it, that all of this work and what we'll talk about starts with a strong commitment to safety. Our team at OpenAI has been working hard at developing industry-leading safety infrastructure, starting with our preparedness framework, which guides how we anticipate, monitor, and mitigate the risks from these models. We also were the first to publish detailed system cards, which offer transparency into how these models behave and where their limitations lie. AI does have vast potential to revitalize our economies, to improve education, to increase our collective capabilities, and to help us live longer and healthier lives. But unlike previous technologies, this one is unfolding much, much faster. But its shape is not predetermined. That's where we, as policymakers, as technologists, and stakeholders, come in to help shape that future into one where everyone can benefit. As said, today, AI is already contributing to economic growth. Forecasts differ between 0.2 and 2 percentage points of GDP per year already today. But beneath these sort of macro figures, we already see the transformative potential of AI in some of society's most important sectors today. In pharma, we have a collaboration with Moderna and Sanofi here in Europe, where our technology is helping to accelerate vaccine development. In scientific research, our models are being used by leading European laboratories at Sciences Po or at Max Planck University. In education, we're happy to work with the Estonian government, who are thinking through how to bring AI to schools and students in a responsible way. And as for climate and the environment, we've worked with the Federal University of the Amazon in Brazil to launch Amazon GPT, where our tools are helping universities' computer science department to generate conservation and health insights to help preserve the largest rainforest in the world. But, and I think this is one that's especially meaningful for me and for us at OpenAI, you don't need to be a leading pharma company or a business school to access and benefit from these tools today. These tools were used to be once only accessible, as previous speakers said, to R&D labs are now being used by small businesses, by startups, by individuals, by NGOs all across the world. Entrepreneurs can use AI to analyze markets, generate product ideas, brainstorm, build prototypes, and all of that without really needing this full stack team to just get started behind them. One practical example of our effort to really improve access to this technology is an integration we have with our friends from WhatsApp, a platform that's already embedded in the daily life across many people in the globe. This is part of our effort to make sure that even in places where there isn't high-speed internet or where there isn't an access to advanced hardware, people find an easy way to interact with these tools and to get the most of them. With such potential and opportunities in sight, we do want to work with policymakers to ensure that AI's benefits are shared responsibly and equitably across society. The AI area is an unmissable opportunity to drive growth, and I think successful nations will turn these resources into competitive advantages. In this AI age, or the age of intelligence, as our CEO Sam Altman likes to say, the resources are compute, their data, their energy, and their talent. And obviously for the discussion today, we'll have a big focus on talent, which I think is right and calls for an important discussion. Even with the best hardware and data, the AI leadership ultimately depends on people, on researchers, on engineers, and of all of us, and on informed users. To future-proof their workforce, and I know we'll touch more on it in the panel, but I wanted to offer a couple of ideas or things that we see governments and societies do that we think are worth exploring. The first one is an obvious one: broad and equitable access. No one left behind. We really need to make sure that there isn't a widening gap of people that have access or don't have access to this technology. So from primary school onwards, I think we're inspired by the focus and effort that the Estonian government is putting on it, but we're seeing loads of government across the world making sure that their citizens and people have access to this tech. Governments also must significantly expand investment in STEM education and specialized AI scholarships on the research side. Equally crucial, of course, is large-scale workforce reskilling through apprenticeship, vocational program, really enabling current workers to adapt their skill for AI-driven and evolving roles. But even simpler than all of that, I think there's a lot of content and ways to learn about technology that's already out there, whether you're using the tools themselves to learn about the tools, or you look at something that we launched to play our part called the OpenAI Academy. It's part of our commitment to invest in people, not just in technology. It equips policymakers, civil society leaders, and future practitioners with the knowledge to understand, to govern, and to apply AI responsibly, turning transparency into shared capacity and expanding AI fluency beyond just a few global capital. We offered this platform just at the beginning of the year and already have trained 1.4 million people since we've launched it, and we're looking forward for your feedback and ideas on how we can improve. As previous speakers said, I think history shows us that as technology shifts, so will the way that we work. It's always been true, and it will continue to be true. Take radiology. AI tools now help detect cancer a lot earlier. But we don't need fewer radiologists. We need tools to help them see more patients and see them faster. And we need tools that reduce waiting lists and get people into treatment faster, expanding output. So today, AI is primarily a productivity enhancer and a tool that we as humans can leverage. And it offers tasks-level automation, not job-level automation. At Color Health, for example, our models help clinicians reduce time spent on paperwork, which allows them to spend more time focused on care. They're enabling doctors to spend less time on these routine, sort of time-consuming tasks and spend more time interacting with patients. AI is also providing tools to scale the impact of workers in countries like India or Kenya. One example that we really like is a company called Multimodal, is Digital Green, where they're delivering multimodal, multilingual, and tailored chatbots for farmers to interact with each other and to get live information. The interesting thing is that if you think about these agricultural extension service, by delivering these through low latency and through our tools, they have reduced the prices by 100x. So we've moved from $35 per farmer to 0.3% per farmer to get the same information. Technological shifts will, of course, also result in the revolution of existing roles or creations of new roles entirely. If we try to explain to our grandparents or even our great-great-parents what our jobs are like today, I think they would have really struggled to try and understand what it is that we do and what we define as work and as jobs. Our work has changed and evolved over time. Much of that is due to new technologies creating new jobs and changing the nature of our work. AI, to us, is just the latest stage in that constant process of evolution and change, and that is why the future-proof efforts of skills, literacy, and education I explained earlier are so vital. To conclude, AI's impact, as we've heard, is not just about growth. It's about the kind of growth that we choose to pursue as a global community. And it's how we manage its transformative impact on society. We can choose to enable a more productive, a more inclusive, and a more innovative future. But we must, of course, get the balance right on safety, on access, and on innovation. And I think most importantly, which is why it's so good to have these debates at a forum like the IGF, we all must work together. There's no single actor, no single company, no single government even, that can do this alone. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the discussion later on.
Sandro Gionelli, thank you very much. Some fascinating examples there of what AI can achieve. And I'm sure we'll hear some more examples as well now from our next speaker. I'd like to invite Chris Yu to come up, Director of Public Policy for Northern Europe for Meta. Chris.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Good morning, everyone. Real pleasure to be here with you today to talk about such an important topic around AI, the technology, and where it's going. We've heard some really inspiring examples already this morning, and also a good outline of the topics that we want to cover. What I thought I would do is just try to ground the conversation a little bit in a few things. First, just to speak a bit about the terms and what we mean when we say artificial general intelligence, for example. Talk a bit about, in practical terms, what this technology can do, and then really focus on Meta's commitment to open source and making sure that the AI technologies that we are building are as available and accessible as possible to people all around the world. Now, at Meta, we know that people use our technologies to connect with the things that matter the most to them, friends, family, pursue their interests, find new experiences. But Meta has been a pioneer in AI for more than a decade. It's the technology historically that we've used to help people find relevant content on our platforms. It's also the technology that we use to find and deal with harmful content on our platforms, which is incredibly important to us. Now, all of you know that the recent advances in AI have captured the public's imagination. We've seen the potential for huge advances in people's ability to be productive, to be creative, and also, I think, to drive important societal progress, particularly in fields like medical and scientific research, which I am very optimistic about the contributions that will make to all of us and the world ahead. And we've also heard, I think, that AI has the potential to be a leveling technology. Certainly one thing that we see is that for small businesses using our platforms, our AI tools help those small businesses and those individual entrepreneurs to compete with larger businesses and bring their products to market in ways that weren't possible previously. And I think we will see more empowerment of small businesses, entrepreneurs, and individuals from this technology as things move forward. But I think just to ground us all, one of the first questions that people often have about AI is, what exactly are we talking about? So here's how I like to think about it. When we talk about artificial intelligence, we are thinking about systems and technologies which are able to do things that traditionally maybe were the preserve of human beings. So in our world, this would be things like image classification or speech recognition, where we've had a lot of recent advances. You then have generative AI technologies. So these are systems which learn statistical representations of patterns and structures in data, and then can use these to generate new content, to have a conversation, and so on and so forth. And then looking ahead, a lot of the debates, and I think very relevant to this session, is this question of artificial general intelligence, where we're talking about systems that are able to perform feats of cognition, reasoning, planning, perception, which really are taking us to human capabilities and beyond. And I think as we look forward, that is where a lot of the important conversations with policymakers need to be located. Now, when it comes to Meta's contribution, our flagship generative AI technologies are released as a family of foundation models that we call Llama. Meta has a rich and long history of contributions to the open source community, and I know that open source and open standards and so on are something which has been an important topic of discussion in the IGF community and elsewhere over many, many years. And our Llama models continue this tradition of openness. So these models are what we call open weights models. This means that any developer can download and deploy the models for themselves in their own projects with full customization and control of the systems that they build. And I will say a bit more about why open source is so important for this conversation in a moment. And I won't go through all the detail that's up here. You can look it up after the session. But we have a range of models available in this family. And the point of this is to make sure that there are different technologies available for people and communities wanting to use it for different purposes. We have small models which are optimized to run on devices, so that if you have only access to low capability hardware, or maybe you don't even have an internet connection, you still have the ability to benefit from this technology. We have models which are able to reason over images as well as text, and we have more advanced models which provide state-of-the-art reasoning capabilities, but still designed to run efficiently and quickly. And these models, just to give you a sense of the widespread use, have been downloaded more than 1 billion times. There are people all around the world in the open source community building and refining with these technologies. Okay, so just to help us then with the conversation about the future of work, some of the things which these open source models can help anybody to do with the hardware that they have access to. And I won't touch everything on here, but just to pick out a few examples that really resonate with me. I think language translation using this technology is incredibly powerful in terms of bringing the world together and breaking down barriers. And this really is an area where the ability to do this quickly and efficiently is tremendously powerful. You see the development now of assistants and agents that can help people manage schedules, manage tasks, manage reminders, help people to be more productive in whatever it is that they are choosing to pursue. You'll be very familiar with large advances in coding and software development, right? That these generative models can reason over very large code bases. They can find and spot patterns and nuances and interrelationships that maybe elude human developers. But when software developers work with the technology as an empowering technology, they're able to do more than they could on their own. And I think in the sphere of education and learning, which I think we'll touch on in the panel as well, for me, tremendous potential here to offer students opportunities for far more tailored educational content and supports, personalized assessments, and really just break the trade-off that we've had in the past between trying to give everybody an education and helping to ensure that what everybody has access to is personalized to them and their particular situation and needs. And this technology helps us along that journey and to break some of those constraints. And just to talk a little bit more about open source and why this matters so much to us at Meta. And our CEO wrote about this a year ago and talked in depth about our commitment to this way of doing AI development. And there's really three legs to this. We think that open source is good for the software developers building the technology and trying to innovate. It's good for us, but most importantly, we think it is good ultimately for the world. So in terms of the developer community, these open models, the ability to download and then fine-tune and distill the models for your own purposes, we think is tremendously powerful because it gives you real control over making sure the model is customized to fit your particular needs. Wherever you are in the world, whatever sort of organization you are, whatever scale you are at, we think it's important that you have that ability to innovate on your own terms. And also in some circumstances for people who have particular requirements around how their data is used and processed. So if you run the Llama models on your own infrastructure, the prompts that you put in and the outputs that come back out can remain entirely within your own purview. This is good for us because it helps us, as we release these models, to stay at the forefront of innovation. But most importantly, this is good for the world. So we really believe that if we go down this open source route, we can do a few things. One, we can make sure that the widest possible number of people and communities around the world have access to this technology. Number two, it helps to ensure that this powerful technology is not solely sitting in the hands of a few large corporations, but rather is something which is belonging to the community. And we think that by doing this, the pace of AI adoption can proceed more evenly and more safely than it would otherwise. So I will wrap up there. There's a code here you can use to find more information on the models and experiment with them if you want to do that. But for now, I know we have an important conversation to get to. So thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the debates.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. I enjoyed learning about the llama, so thank you. If you stay up here and take your place on the end here, and then I'll introduce and call up the other members of our distinguished panel this morning. First, let me welcome Ntati Morosi, Minister of Communications, Science and Technology from Lesotho. Ntati, good morning. If you take the seat next to me, just here. Thank you. And next, Thomas Norville, who we've already met this morning, State Secretary from the Norwegian government. And we've also met Sandro, who, if I could ask you to come up and take your seat, from OpenAI. And I'm delighted to welcome this morning the actor, producer, and founder of hit record, Joseph Gordon-Levitt. And we move on to Jennifer Backus, Acting Head of Bureau for the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy at the US State Department. Next, it's Ishita Barua, the author, Chief Health AI Officer, and a PhD AI in Medicine. And finally, to join our panel, Juha Haikia, Advisor on AI at DG Connect at the European Commission. So, without further ado, let's move on to our panel discussion here. We have about an hour or so to discuss some of these pretty difficult and challenging issues, but ones that offer great hope for the future of our economy. So let's start and think about AI, obviously, in the way it's transforming how we work, live, and interact right now. And I'd like to ask all of you, from each of your perspectives, what you think are the most powerful shifts that you're seeing, not just in jobs, but across society. Where are the biggest new opportunities, the biggest risks? It's a lot to answer. I'd ask you to keep your answers fairly brief, because we've got a lot to get through over the next few minutes. And Tati, perhaps I could ask you, first of all, to respond to that.
Thank you, Program Director, the moderator, and thank you for affording me this opportunity to talk a bit about what we are doing in Lesotho. Artificial intelligence, as everybody has said this morning, is a disruptive technology, but with a lot of good. It is transforming society, reshaping how public services are delivered. In Lesotho, we are experiencing the positives of AI. Although our digital development remains low compared to our peers in the region, we have made significant strides in certain areas. And I just want to talk about some of those. In healthcare, AI is helping us tackle high tuberculosis rates, particularly in the rural highlands. Since 2022, Partners in Health, which is a local NGO, and our ministry, they are using an AI technology named Cure, which is also using another one called QXR. Both are AI-powered tools. They analyze chest X-rays and detect signs of TB. By flagging potential cases early, this tool ensures timely treatment, and in areas where radiologists are scarce, especially in the rural areas, reaching even the most rural and remote communities. We also have some positives noted under agriculture, where AI is driving improvements in food security. A locally developed application called Lava empowers farmers, particularly smallholder farmers, to upload crop photos and ask questions in the local language, Sesotho. The AI analyzes the images, identifies issues such as tomato blight, and provide tailored solutions that help farmers protect their crops and boost their yields. However, the developers face challenges of monetizing the app and accessing accurate weather data, which are critical for maximizing this impact. There are many opportunities. The Ministry of Agriculture, in collaboration with ITU and FAO, they are developing AI-powered chatbot. This innovative tool delivers real-time advice to agriculture extension workers, offering guidance on crucial issues like pest control, ultimately improving their ability to support farmers across the country. Similarly, we are developing a public service chatbot to assist citizens. This is now the e-government services delivery. It assists citizens with practical queries, such as applying for birth certificates, registering deaths, and streamlining access to essential services and boosting efficiency worldwide. However, I just want to talk a bit about some of the challenges that we are experiencing. The digital divide, for us, it's real. It means that many rural farmers and patients still lack internet access, and this leaves them excluded from these innovations. Privacy concerns are another critical issue, requiring robust safeguards to protect sensitive data, whether it's patients' records or farmers' information. Lastly, The change in jobs landscape driven by AI demands, reskilling programs to ensure our workforce remains competitive is part of the challenges that we see. So I would like to just conclude and say that AI is making Lesotho services faster, smarter, and more inclusive for clinics, from clinics to farmers. By bridging access gaps, safeguarding privacy, and fostering local innovation, we can harness the full potential of AI to transform lives while marginalizing its and managing its risks. Thank you very much.
Ntati, thank you very much indeed. Let's look at it now from a content creator's point of view. Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
I get to go next. Cool. Thank you. Thanks for having me. Well, I'll talk about, you asked what are some of the great things that are happening. Let's talk about something that's super impressive that in my world. You've maybe seen some of these new generative video products that can just make a video seemingly out of nothing. And they're incredibly impressive. And from a creative standpoint, I think there's something deeply inspiring about the idea that without a huge budget, without the resources that a traditional Hollywood production would require, you can make something that looks, at this point, close to as good as anything. And in the coming years, it will be, I think, indistinguishable from large budget content creation productions. And putting that in the hands of anybody, whether it's a kid growing up in a suburb of LA like I was, or anybody else around the world, that's again a really deeply inspiring prospect to put these kinds of creative tools in the hands of so many people. Now, to the risk and the potential downside that I see of products like this, the first thing you have to talk about is, well, how does a product like this really work? Did a company create a tool that can just, out of nowhere, make an amazing looking video? And the answer is no. They didn't do that. What they did was they made a tool that is fed videos that were made by millions of people, millions and billions of videos that were made by people, and algorithmically sort of crunches the data that make up those videos, and then can output sort of pattern following videos. But it all comes from videos that people made. The tech product would not be able to make anything at all if it weren't for all the videos that people made that were ingested into this model. So where did those videos come from? Well, they came from people. Were those people asked permission? No. No, the companies that are producing these tools don't ask permission, and in fact, they don't even, at this point, disclose what data they've used to train their models. Were the people paid for these incredibly valuable products that are now generating enormous economic value off the backs of the creations of all the people whose videos were taken? No one is paid. And so right now there are a number of lawsuits of various content creators that are suing these companies, and in my country those lawsuits have yet to be decided. We'll see what happens. There was a report that was put out by the Copyright Office in my country that says that in the opinion of the Copyright Office, it's probably illegal most of the use cases of this training data being used without consent and compensation. The very next day after that report was put out, the head of the Copyright Office was fired. The executive administration that fired her would not give a reason why she was fired, but again, it was the next day after this report was put out. And I want to zoom out for a bit and talk about how this same principle applies to our entire future of work, since we're here talking about the future of work. This is not just about the creation of videos. It's true that I've made my living throughout my life making film and TV, and certainly my fellow entertainment industry workers are concerned about this. But this same thing is going to happen and is already happening and will continue to happen on a greater scale throughout our economy. It's not just videos that are being stolen and used to train these valuable tools. This same thing will happen whether you're working in content creation or you're working in education, whether you're in academia, you work in marketing, you work in logistics, you work as an engineer or an architect. Anybody that is delivering their work digitally is, I think, threatened by this. And if we go by the basic principle that big tech companies are allowed to take people's data without permission and without compensation and use them to make money, what kind of economy are we headed for? What economic incentive do people have to be creative, to do great things, to work hard? I really think that if we want to have an economy in the future where people are incentivized to compete, to strive, to be excellent, we need to incentivize that hard work by compensating people when they create something of value. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Some fundamental issues raised there. And actually, so that's a challenge for governments, really, Thomas Norville, isn't it? Balancing up the opportunities and those sort of issues.
Yeah, it is, definitely. Coming from the Ministry of Trade and Industry, I should be most into how this can reshape the industry. But I would like to say that I believe that AI is a huge possibility for us as a government also to uphold the welfare state and thereby kind of upholding the democracy. Because if you look into how at least this part of the world is developing, we see that we are lacking people because we are getting older and older, 1 year every year. And we are using too much resources, and we cannot just put money into any kind of problem that will occur in the public sector. So we have to find a more efficient way to work, especially in healthcare and education. The problem is that, first of all, that is maybe the sectors where you will find most conservatism, because you have strong professions that might have some kind of issues taking new tools into their work. But it's also the sectors where you will meet real risks concerning privacy and real risks of discrimination. So we have to kind of find this balance to make sure that we are not afraid of using new tools to work more efficient, but also that we protect our people, that we protect our kids, and that we protect the rights that people have. I'm very sure that we address these challenges best with global cooperation. I don't think that every single nation can make up some kind of framework that will protect people from any kind of risk. We have to find international regulations. We have to invest in our people, making them resilient to the threats that AI can represent. And if we don't manage to do that, we will come in a situation where what can be a very, very important tool that can do a lot of good for mankind will be something that people are skeptical about and will be scared to take in use.
Thomas, thank you very much indeed. Well, how does it look from Washington? Jennifer Backus, thank you for joining us, U.S. State Department.
Thanks. First and foremost, I just want to thank the Kingdom of Norway for hosting IGF. It's a real pleasure to be here. I think the enthusiasm for Norway hosting is evident by the number of people who traveled out here for this event. So thanks first and foremost to the government, because we know it's a really big lift to put on one of these conferences. But to the topic of AI, I think the U.S. view of AI as really an incredibly revolutionary technology that has applications and impacts in economic innovation, job creation, national security, healthcare, freedom of expression, and beyond is well known. As policymakers, one of our biggest concerns relates to efforts to restrict AI's development, which from our point of view, could mean paralyzing one of the most promising technologies that we have seen in generations, promises that we heard from my colleague from Lesotho. And we want to embark on the AI revolution before us with a spirit of openness and collaboration. To truly harness the benefits that AI has to offer, we need regulatory regimes around the world that foster the creation of AI technology rather than strangle it. In terms of risks, the United States is troubled by reports that some foreign governments, including here in Europe, are using policies that could tighten the screws on U.S. tech companies with international footprints, and we will not accept that, and we think it's a terrible mistake. We need to focus now on the opportunities to unleash our most brilliant innovation and use AI to improve the well-being of our nations and their people. Excessive regulation on the AI sector could kill a transformative industry before it can really take root. And we need to make every effort to encourage a pro-innovation, pro-growth, deregulatory AI policies. Another major concern of the United States is that some authoritarian regimes have stolen and used AI to strengthen their militaries, intelligence, and surveillance capabilities, capture foreign data, create propaganda to undermine other nations' national security, and violate human rights. The United States will block such efforts, and we will safeguard American AI and chip technologies from theft and misuse, work with our allies and partners to strengthen and extend these protections, and close pathways to adversaries attaining AI capabilities that will threaten all of our people. I would be remiss if I didn't just note to all of our international colleagues and friends that partnering with such regimes never pays off in the long term, despite incentives that they may offer in the short term. So the United States is committed to making sure that our AI is the gold standard and that we are the partner of choice for the world. Thank you.
Jennifer, thank you very much indeed. Let's move to the health sector. Ishita, how do you see this balance of risks and opportunities?
Thank you for having me. As someone working at the intersection of medicine and AI, I see this technology entering healthcare at a very opportune time. We often talk about how AI is disruptive, but in healthcare, when applied thoughtfully, I think that AI isn't just disruption, it's restoration. And because for decades, healthcare systems across the world have been quietly accumulating what I define as care debt or care deficit. And this is a growing gap between the care that people actually need and the care our systems can realistically provide due to rising patient volumes, more complex conditions, and a workforce that simply hasn't scaled to meet the demands. And it's not that healthcare professionals don't care. They care deeply, but they are exhausted from caring too much for too many and with too few resources. For years, patients have been remarkably patient. They've tolerated queues, waiting lists, rushed appointments, and a lack of follow-up. Not because they didn't notice, but because they understood that the system was completely overwhelmed and under strain. So now, for the first time, we have tools that can actually help both the patients and physicians and healthcare professionals and repay that care debt and go beyond it. And AI scribes, for instance, are freeing doctors from the burden of documentation. AI-supported diagnostics are catching disease earlier. Language models are helping patients understand their care in more compassionate and clear ways. But the real frontier, I think, the one I find most hopeful, is where AI is not just optimizing healthcare, but also transforming it. We need to improve both the care delivery, but also medical discovery. Take AlphaFold, which has mapped the structure of over 200 million proteins, the building blocks of life, accelerating our understanding of biology and drug discovery in ways we couldn't imagine a decade ago. So everything from developing the future cancer vaccines, plastic-degrading enzymes, so on and so forth. Or robotic surgery, where AI systems are utilizing imitation learning which means robots watching surgery videos and then performing simple procedures with the skill level of human surgeons. This is research led by Johns Hopkins University, offering a possibility to meet the global demand for surgeons that are hard to train. And perhaps most astonishing, brain-computer interface in combination with AI. With the help of these devices, people with paralysis can regain the ability to move, speak, and even write through direct decoding of brain activity. So there are a lot of opportunities here, and I think that the biggest change can be to move from a reactive healthcare system to a proactive one, and from managing illness to anticipating and preventing it, from treating symptoms to understanding biology at its deepest level. But we have to be intentional. I think we have to mitigate risks, and we are certainly very accustomed to that in healthcare. If these tools are only deployed in wealthy hospitals and wealthy places with a lot of resources, trained on narrow, imbalanced data sets, designed without equity in mind, we risk hard-coding existing inequalities into the future of care. So the real opportunity here isn't just about speed or scale, it's about equity and about giving more people access to the kind of care they always deserved, that is timely, proactive, and highly personal.
Thank you very much, Yashita. I don't think that'll be the last mention of equity on this panel and the importance of that. Let's turn to one of the areas where obviously there's a fair amount of discussion going on about regulation and how this should be dealt with. Juha Hakila, perhaps I could ask you to speak. You're an advisor, obviously, to the European Commission, which is paying great interest in these issues.
Thanks very much. So, first of all, the European Commission thinks actually that the AI as a technology is a technology which has, or set of technology which has great potential. And it can bring us many opportunities and many potential positive effects, as has already been mentioned by previous speakers. That's why we have very strong and increasing support in the European Union for innovation in this area. But we also think that we need trust, because trust is the sine qua non for take-up, and take-up is the sine qua non for the benefits of AI to materialize. And that's why we have then innovation-friendly, risk-based regulation, which only intervenes where necessary, and that's why we consider it to be innovation-friendly and supportive. As regards then the labor markets and the impact on work, some of the questions are still quite similar than they were 9-10 years ago, before we even know about generative AI. So the jury is out. We don't know exactly what the net effect will be on jobs. We cannot really put numbers on it. The studies are quite different in terms of the quantification of the impact. But of course, what we do know is that it's mainly the routine tasks that are at risk. And in many ways, this line may now be moving up because generative AI has proved to be very powerful. So those who are affected, they may be more numerous now than they were before. And in that regard, those who benefit also from this, that may be a slightly decreasing set of people. However, I think it's also important to bear in mind that jobs will also be created. The job creation is often distributed in its nature, whereas job losses may be more concentrated and more visible as a result. If something can be automated, if a job can be automated, it doesn't necessarily have to be. And many jobs do not lend themselves very well for that, particularly if we talk about robotics. I want to specifically include robotics here because AI is not just on the internet, as I heard stated yesterday. It's also embedded in robots and autonomous vehicles, etc. In those cases, of course, we are talking about a different aspect. And robots are not yet dexterous as humans are in many ways to carry out jobs which are very important, which seem banal for us. Think about folding garments or waiting tables, doing haircuts and stuff like that. So there are many, many very complicated questions related to this. I would like to, however, highlight one aspect which I think is quite important and interesting and may not always be presented in these discussions, which is the question of de-skilling. I'm old enough to remember the time before navigators, and I have noticed that the current generation, I don't know where we are now with the alphabet, is it Z or are we already in AA? So they don't necessarily know how to read maps. So there is this overall risk, of course, that the more we rely on AI and automation, we kind of become also heavily dependent on it, and we may not necessarily have then the required skills when we need them, if that service is not available. So from time to time, we should maybe use those skills as well, and keep that memory alive, if you like, which enables us to carry out tasks, which, of course, we most of the time are happy to let AI do for us, simply because it's much more convenient, faster, and also more efficient. So this is something that I think is worth directing some attention to, because it's, after all, an important aspect. If we don't find home anymore once we don't have AI, that becomes a problem, of course. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Juha. Let me move on to our next question now, question 2. So what guiding principles should shape national and global policies to ensure that AI supports decent work and fair transitions rather than deepening existing inequalities? It's something that Joseph Gordon-Levitt touched upon, the fairness of the transition. But let's hear first of all from you, Jennifer.
Thanks. Look, I think we can all recognize and we can all say we have clearly a changing technological environment, and we need to adapt to this new reality without destroying our way of life. I think this is something we can all agree on, and we need to not disinherit workers. We seek, in the most basic terms, to secure our economy, restore our middle class, and uphold America as the planet's best home for innovators. As Vice President Vance has said, the United States will maintain a pro-worker growth path for AI so it can be a potent tool for job creation in the United States. AI will facilitate and make people more productive. I think this is something we can all agree on. But it's also not going to replace human beings. We refuse to view AI as a purely disruptive technology that will inevitably automate away our labor force. And I think we're hearing the ways that it can help us and not just harm us. We believe, and we will fight for policies that ensure that AI is going to boost worker productivity, whether in the healthcare sector, in the agricultural sector, et cetera. That it's going to improve job quality and working conditions and unlock cutting-edge economic potential. We expect that American workers will reap the rewards with higher wages, better benefits, and safer and more prosperous communities. AI is creating new roles like AI trainers, data analysts, and human-machine teaming managers. Generative AI can level the playing field for access to jobs, making it easier to build the technical knowledge and skills that have historically excluded otherwise very qualified workers. We also see potential for AI to help with hiring. If designed transparently, AI systems can provide a record of how employment decisions are made and can help us ensure fairness is embedded in the process. As AI creates new jobs and industries, our governments, businesses, and labor organizations have an obligation to work together to empower workers all over the world. To that end, for all major AI policy decisions coming from the federal government, the Trump administration will guarantee American workers a seat at the table. President Trump will always center American workers in our AI policy, and we want to work with all of you to emulate this internationally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joseph Gordon-Levitt, you touched on unfairness in your previous answer. How do you see it in this case?
Yeah, thank you. So your question is, what can we do? I think there's a basic principle that we ought to adhere to, and this is a perfect place for us to be talking about it. That basic principle is that your digital self, and in the context of this panel, your digital work, belongs to you. That a human being that produces some data, whether that data is their work, is their ideas, is their connections, is something they wrote down, is some digital deliverable that from their job, any of that data, the human being should have some economic stake in that data. It shouldn't be allowed for a tech company to take that data and not compensate or not get consent from that human. Now, I'm not saying that the tech companies shouldn't be able to make money. They should be able to make money. I very much admire the work that Meta or OpenAI are doing and the tools being provided. But it's pretty clear that these companies are generating huge, huge economic value. And so it doesn't make sense to me why all of that economic value should go to the tech companies and none should go, 0% should go to the human beings whose data are being taken without consent or compensation. I think if you set up a system whereby people can be compensated for their creativity, for their work, for their data, now you establish a vibrant and vital market. And this is what we want for our economy. This is what we historically know works well for economies. We're sitting here in a Western, democratic, capitalist country. And I believe in that. But if we want that to continue to thrive, then we have to set up a way to compensate workers for good work that they do. If you ask some of the leaders in Silicon Valley where we're headed, they talk about something called universal basic income, because people won't be able to make money anymore because AI will be providing all of the economic value. The sleight of hand that's going on in that statement, though, is the idea that the AI is generating all this economic value, when in fact there is no economic value without all the human contributions that were hoovered up into these machine learning models. And so I think if we really want to have a pro-worker stance, I admire the United States' advocacy to make workers central for our policy moving forward. If we want to really do that, though, then we've got to set up a way to compensate people for the value that they're creating. I don't think that has to strangle the innovation. I think that that is the innovation that we should strive for, and that we can meet that challenge with pride and positivity to like, hey, let's build something that really is good for everybody.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, that was fairly clear. So a good time, I think, to turn to OpenAI. Sandro.
I think, to me, when we think about the way we as humans and workers are using these tools and how we think about the future of work and what it means to work and what economic value we are creating, what the right balance is between the economic value these tools are creating, how we will use them, I think there's a lot of joint learning that we are still doing and that is happening right now. I think there's three things that, to me, are important to add to the discussion. One, and I think the minister touched on it really well, was making sure that there is access to these tools. Because I think one of the things that the IGF community is so good about and has been fighting the good fight for is to make sure that we have equitable access and that we're not adding to a digital divide that we know we all are concerned about and we want to make sure we mitigate. One of the things we did to, maybe more as a test, but it turned out to be really successful, was what are the different ways for people that might not be comfortable using a phone or a computer to access this technology. I touched on one in my speech earlier, but another one we did was we set up a landline to be able to call into and access this technology called 1-800-CHAT-GPT. A lot of people thought it was a bit of a joke when we launched it, but I think it speaks to something that is important to us, which is let's lower the barriers for access to this technology as much as we can. The second one, when I think about the future of work, the combination of work and learning, to me, is very much intertwined. For as long as humanity existed, we have learned new skills and that we have applied those skills to things that we found meaningful as humans, that help our communities, that provide economic value. And I think one of the things that excites me about the way that this technology is being used is that it can be used to learn itself. We know from the way that people are using these technologies that they're actually finding great ways to learn new skills, to learn about the world, to learn about our communities, and to learn new skill sets. So I think that's one where I hope we can be creative in working with governments and others to rolling out ways to make sure people have access and they then can use them to learn and to reskill. And I think the last point I've made is, as I think was mentioned in different parts of this panel, this is a general purpose technology. This is posing important, optimistic, sometimes difficult questions about the right balance that we're striking, about how different communities, different industries are grappling with the changes that are coming. I think the minister touched on it well in his speech, and I think that shows that the how of this technology being implemented, whether they're in industries, whether there are specific communities that we're working with, the shape and the way in which we allow this technology to be used, the principles that we rely on and that is important to us. Obviously, there's a difference in using these tools from healthcare to the creative sectors, and I think what we're seeing is that all of these communities are grappling with these questions. We hope we can do our part by being part of these discussions, by showing up, by being here, and by doing that in as transparent a way as we can.
Sandro, thank you very much indeed. From the Norwegian government's point of view, Thomas Norville.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Well, just 2 points. First of all, it is extremely important that we make the tools accessible. I mean, some of the AI tools, they can play a very democratic role because it will give virtually everybody access to all kinds of information. If you look 10 years back, 20 years back, there could be a gap between those who had access to information, who had long education, and those who didn't. That also means that with using the right tools, people without extraordinary skills can do extraordinary things if you have the right tool, and that opens some kind of a democratic area that is important. But we have to make sure that we do this in a responsible way. We have to make sure that the systems reflect our values, that they protect our rights, and that they promote the dignity in work. For example, for me, it would be great to have an AI system that could, in a way, monitor my health, making sure that I make the right decisions on how to take care of my health. But under no circumstances would I like the insurance company to get the same data. That would be just catastrophic in my example. And we also have to find systems to make sure that my data, either if I create something or it is just kind of data about me, they are mine. We have to find a system where that can be some kind of ownership, making sure that nobody can just steal it and use it as their own, as a way to make profit out of it. And I think that is one of the big things that we have to find a solution to. As I said earlier, the only way to do that is to do it internationally. I think the EU is doing a great job in trying to find a framework through the AI Act to see how can we make sure that we put people first when we are discussing AI, but we still have a very, very long way to go before we have a kind of optimal system into this.
Thomas, thank you very much. I'm very glad I wasn't wearing an AI health monitor as I had my very large cooked breakfast this morning, actually. Right, let's move on to question 3. Education systems are under pressure to evolve alongside the change in technology. How can AI expand access to quality education? What does quality education even look like in a changed labour landscape? And Tati, let me start with you.
Thank you very much once again. I think AI is coming at the time where Lesotho, we are just dealing with our education system, trying to find ways of improving the education system. Lesotho's education system faces tremendous challenges. We still have students who walk many, many kilometers to get to a school. When they get to a school, it's one teacher to a minimum of about 60 students in one class. And some classes have two classes in one room. So AI, I see it as a tool that is going to change our education system considerably. We have challenges from basic education to tertiary education, but I want to confine my responses to the challenges and opportunities in the basic education system. Challenges include, as I said, overcrowded classrooms with one teacher for over 60 students in some cases. we also have a very specific case of vulnerable groups, such as head boys, who live in the highlands, who most of the time they miss school to tend to livestock. These conditions hurt the education to many young people each year. Some even drop out. AI offers exciting opportunities to change this. It enables the creation of personalized learning experiences for every student, whether they are in a busy city, school, or a remote highland village. A learner in the city and a head boy in the rural areas can receive lessons tailored to their specific pace and learning style and language preference, such as Sesotho or Isiputi or Xhosa, which are the minority languages in the country. For instance, AI applications can provide mathematics lessons that adapt to each student's specific needs. Many head boys struggle with English fluency, yet most subjects are taught in English language. This approach not only supports overworked teachers, but also helps under-resourced students, making education more accessible to everyone. However, we must ensure that AI solutions align to our culture. If we use English only, tools built on foreign data, they don't work for our rural head boys or Sesotho speakers, and they leave them behind. That's why our AI policy emphasizes building a human-centered AI ecosystem. To sum up, AI can expand access to education in Lesotho by personalizing learning and reaching remote areas, but only if it's culturally relevant. By supporting teachers, AI can improve quality of our education. Thank you.
Ntati, thank you very much indeed. Let's turn to the European Commission. Juha Hakila.
Thank you, Jonathan. So, indeed, as the Minister said, AI can actually improve access to education, and it can allow sort of the building of tailor-made courses, tailor-made study programs, and in that sense, it can be a great asset. However, in that sense, of course, I think it's preferable to see AI in a support role rather than taking over, but it can be a significant contributor to access to training and education. More generally, of course, people should be ready to work with AI, and some kind of AI literacy will have to be part of their education. This is already because there will be increased co-working with AI, whether it's standalone or physically embedded in robots or other kinds of autonomous systems. And it is important for the workforce also to be able to have the opportunity to upskill and reskill. And this is also why we in the European Union, we have just recently launched what we call the AI Continent Action Plan, in which we focus on skills as one of the 5 pillars. So promoting AI literacy is crucial there. And also we want to capitalize on the network of what we call digital innovation hubs, which we have built over the years, which are basically hubs which provide services to help companies and the ecosystems in regions to do the digital transition and have the necessary wherewithal so that they can actually take part in the digital transition and benefit from it. So we have focused on that quite strongly now in our most recent policy statements, and we will be building on measures on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juha. Chris, you obviously touched a little bit on this in your presentation earlier, the opportunities that exist for AI in the education area.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. So I think this question of the AI opportunity in education is significant. And I think the Minister and others have touched on some of the potential ways that it can benefit people. The way that I like to think about it is it's both for educators and for learners. So for the educators here, having access to tools and technologies that help them do their job better and more effectively and more productively is tremendously important. There are a wide range of challenges around the world that people face in schools and other educational environments. There are many things that AI can do. There are many things that AI can't yet do, and where human connection and the human touch is important. And so if you can use the technology to lift some of the burden for educators, to take away some of the administration, to handle some of the work they spend when they're not face-to-face with students, I think that is tremendously important in many, many contexts. And for the learners themselves, to be in an environment where for the first time now you have the opportunity perhaps not to be in a one-size-fits-all learning environment, but maybe to have access to additional tools and support that speaks to you, your interests, your passions, your needs. That again is something which historically has been the preserve of a few, and now ought to be available to a far wider range of students and learners around the world in different settings. So it should be a great, and I think will be a great leveling technology, and we see tremendous examples of our AI models and others being used around the world for this. And particularly to the Minister's point about language and culture, one of the things which is so dear to our hearts around our open source approach here is we see people in different settings taking the models that we produce and invest in, but then fine-tuning those to reflect local language, culture, dialects, nuance, all of which is incredibly important for the different communities that we serve. So I think in all of this, it's important that we lean in on the opportunity in education. We have to equip our young people both to make the best of these tools and also to be fluent in them when they go out into the wider world. Thank you.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Ishita.
Thank you. In a world where AI can generate content faster than we are actually able to consume it and read it, I think the true strength of an education system lies not in how seamlessly we're able to adopt to new tools, but in how deeply it values domain expertise, cultivates human judgment, and actively resists de-skilling and cognitive outsourcing. Because we don't need systems that simply automate every task. We need systems that sharpen our ability to think independently, reason critically, and build deep understanding. How are we incentivizing that? How are we incentivizing healthcare professionals to cultivate their skills and domain expertise if you can simply ask ChatGPT or any other language model to do the task for you? And also what really worries me is that we're seeing a quiet shift. More and more people read summaries instead of full text. They write by prompting a language model with a few keywords and receive a polished paragraph in return. Where is the learning in that? It may feel very productive, but it's changing something very fundamental about how we learn. And for me, for instance, writing isn't just a way to express thought. I write to think. I don't truly understand something until I've worked through it on page, failed and revised it and clarified it. So the French philosopher Descartes famously said, cogito ergo sum. I think we need a revision of that. My take on that is scribo, ergo cogito, ergo sum. I write, therefore I think, and therefore I am. I think that quality education in this new labor landscape means creating learning environments where people learn to use AI. Yes, that is important, but also when to question it, override it, and also think beyond it. And it's about forming thinkers, not just prompt engineers.
Well, I think that goes back to the question at the, thank you very much, Ishita, at the very beginning that I raised, where chief executives are worried about how their junior staff will learn to make the judgments and to have the experience which will allow them to become more senior in their careers. Thank you very much. Now, we have about 8 minutes left, and fortuitously we have 8 panelists. So that tells me, without the use of AI, that we have about a minute for each of you. I would suggest that make this a quick fire round. Let's sum up then from each of you how you see everyone working together to try to get this landscape right, and any final reflections that you have on how we ensure that the benefits are shared across sectors and not just concentrated in tech companies or tech hubs. So a minute each. Ishita, you get the privilege of going first.
I think there's a dimension that we haven't spoken about, and that is the dimension of gender. There are 2 Nordic studies actually that show women are adopting tools like ChatGPT more slowly than men, not because of a lack of competence, but due to differences in digital confidence and how technology is actually introduced in their work environments. And at the same time, women, particularly in high-income countries, are 3 times more exposed to automation risks because they are overrepresented in roles that are highly susceptible to AI-driven change: administrative support, healthcare, education. And if we don't address this explicitly, AI risks becoming a new layer of structural inequality, reinforcing old patterns under the guise of innovation. And that's why inclusive growth must also mean gender-responsive AI strategies in workforce development, access to tools, and in who gets to shape the systems that we are actually building.
Well done, Ishita. You got it within a minute. Thank you very much indeed. Sandro, you've heard a lot here. Summarizing that in a minute will probably be quite difficult, but off you go.
I'll give it a shot. I think the 2 things I would add is curiosity and agency. If we think about learning and the future of work, I think making sure our institutions, our tools, our technology is built for people to feel the agency that they have in shaping the environment that we live in, and they remain curious. And I'd like to pick up the point that Ishita made around, are we sure that we can still learn with these tools? And I think that it's a very important question that we think quite a lot about. We have an entire team of education practitioners that is working through what are the ways in which learners and students and teachers have found ways to tailor the tools so they don't jump into the answer. So they push back on our thinking. So they push back and reflect critically about how we're thinking about a certain subject. And I hope, and that's my plea, is that we find ways to use these technologies not to narrow the scope of the things that we think about and we know, but that we broaden the scope and we allow these tools to help us to think more critically about kind of our own biases, our own reflections, and I think there's a way to do that.
Sandro, thank you very much. And actually just very interesting, wasn't it? There was a PISA survey out recently which showed that since 2010, our ability to learn has started dropping off quite substantially. And of course, we all know what started in 2010. Let's move on to you, Juha, from the European Commission.
Right. So training is very important, of course, as was already mentioned and highlighted. So we do need to be prepared in order for us to reap the benefits. And I think this panel has made it very clear, we need to be ready, we need to be prepared, and that is key. And I think that it is also important to sort of channel funding and research towards public objectives. Health in particular, it's been already mentioned many times here, immensely important, obviously benefits businesses, society at large, and individuals, of course, in many ways, but other public services as well. And therefore, we are very closely monitoring this in the European Commission to see how these things develop, how things pan out, and what will be the impact on the workforce and the workplace in general. I think what is encouraging here is that there is increasing attention to this. So a panel like today's is not an exception. We see this at different events. So I think that there is this common awareness that this is an important aspect we need to focus on.
Thank you very much. Thomas, so your final reflection on Thomas Norvell on where we stand.
Well, first of all, I think it is important that we dare to use these new tools. It is also important that we make sure that everybody has access, whether you, like me, live above the Arctic Circle, or if you live in a metropolitan city in Europe or in the United States, you have to have access. So it's not just the elite that have access to the new tools that are emerging. From a governmental side, it is extremely important that we have a framework, that we have rules, regulations that put people first into the discussion. And finally, I think it is important that we arrange more IGFs and other arenas so that we have a place to discuss how we are going to cope with the new challenges that are ahead of us.
Thomas, thank you very much indeed. Jennifer.
So in my position, where I've been for 3 years, I've traveled a lot around the world. I've talked to lots of people. And the number one request I've gotten up to now has always been about digital and cyber workforce development. It is at the center of what everyone in the world wants. And I think what we're seeing is an evolution where we're now talking about AI workforce development. And just like cyber and digital workforce development, where the United States led the way, this administration is focused on making sure that our workforce will be prepared for this new economy, that we can demonstrate how you do it, how you think about these things in a deliberate way, so that in fact we can have workers that can use this technology, that can be the human in the loop, that can question things, not just accept the answers, but look at it. I think these points are incredibly important, that these are enabling technologies, not meant to replace humans, but meant to help us be more productive. Just like calculators were a tool that I have to tell you, my children are still learning how to do math. They don't like it. They want to do math on the calculator. But just like kids are still learning how to do math, kids are still going to learn how to reason, how to write, how to do these basic things. And so how do you then say, okay, now you know those basic skills, and now you're going to use AI to enhance that. So I just have to say, first of all, I am optimistic that we are going to be able to figure out a way to do this, that we do have people around the world looking to promote policies and academies where you can do the AI education. But I think just to conclude, what we've seen is too often regulations are really being designed to try to control AI rather than to unleash it. And that ultimately what we need to do is we need to look at AI as a tool of prosperity, and we need to not clip the wings of the new companies. We need to embolden our innovators so that we can have all of the positive benefits that we talked about, and ultimately consumers and workers alike will be able to benefit. So all of our efforts should be aimed at supporting the innovation that really will deliver real-world benefits. Thanks.
Jennifer, thank you very much indeed. And Tati.
Thank you very much. I think the biggest words for me in closing is inclusivity, is collaboration. AI-driven economic growth requires all of us to act, governments, international bodies, and other stakeholders to ensure equitable benefits across all regions and sectors. Governments have to build AI enablers, prioritize governance and ethical policies. For example, a whole-of-society model have to be engaged, academia, civil society, industry, to create sustainable AI ecosystems that foster transparency, inclusivity, adaptable to local contexts like agriculture and small businesses. International partners in the same vein need to support capacity building efforts that are sensitive to local contexts, including AI tools, local languages models, and global support is needed for technical training that can equip young people with skills necessary for high-quality AI jobs rather than entry-level positions, thereby promoting economic equity. And private sector, in the same way, should collaborate with governments and create ethical AI solutions that respect human rights and preserve cultural heritage. Thank you.
And Tati, thank you very much indeed. Chris Yu from Meta.
Okay, a couple of things to conclude here. Number one, I think we all know in the end, technological progress is the route to innovation, it's the route to prosperity and a safer and more secure world. The AI technology that we're talking about at the moment is very much in its infancy, and so innovation is important. We should pay attention to the questions around rules and regulation, but we mustn't get too far ahead of this to a place where our ability to unlock these benefits is overly constrained. And I think governments around the world are talking about that a lot now, and we think it's a very important thing for people to stay focused on. The second is just to say, I think sometimes this can be a very abstract conversation about AI, and I just want to kind of bring us back to the human side of this. I have a pair of AI glasses with me. These can translate people speaking in other languages so that I can understand them. They can describe things for people who are blind or visually impaired. This is a tremendous humanizing technology, and that's one of the reasons why innovation is so important.
Fascinating. Thank you very much, Chris. Very useful for Americans trying to understand British people, I'm sure, actually. Last but not least, Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Thank you. I want to pick up on something Chris, my fellow panelist from Meta, said about this technology not only being good for the companies, but wanting it to be good for the world. With respect, Meta cannot prioritize what's good for the world. It's not built to do that. It's a for-profit company, and it has to prioritize value for its shareholders. That's what it has to do. I've ran a startup, obviously much smaller than Meta, but I know what it's like to have investors, to have shareholders, and to have to move your numbers. The way this technology will work is in partnership with innovative and proactive companies like Meta or OpenAI, working together with policymakers who do set up rules. I think this is a false dichotomy, this contrast to say that, that innovation is the opposite of rules. That if we don't have any rules, then the competitive market dynamic will force these companies to build stuff that is bad for the world, that harms the world, that they can't do it themselves. The private sector can't do it themselves. That's why I take a lot of heart in being here with so many people doing great work in the public sector, because we need a partnership. We need a partnership between the private sector and the public sector. We need to have great companies building great things, and then we need to have rules of the game that can help that benefit everybody. That's what we need, I think.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Thank you to our panel. I'm really struck by this discussion of the past hour and a half, because it reminds me very much of the discussions that I chaired in the early days of the Internet Governance Forum, the first forums 20-odd years ago, where we were then discussing how to get through the challenges of the Internet in its early days. Somehow we found a way through that. I guess that gives us hope we can find a way through this as well. But you know, many of the things that were said today remind me exactly of the sort of arguments that we were discussing then. I'd like to thank our panel. As William Shakespeare might have said, and certainly wrote, time's winged chariot has got away from us. You can look up William Shakespeare on AI, by the way, if you're not sure who he is. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to you in the audience here in Lillestrøm. Thank you to the audience online. And I hope you have a good morning. Thank you.
That is the English channel. That is the English channel. That is the English channel. See you.
Welcome. Welcome to the main session on the governance of AI. My name is Kathleen Siemann. I lead an AI project at the German development agency GIZ. The project is called Fair Forward. I will be moderating this session today together with Guilherme. Guilherme, maybe you introduce yourself as well.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Guilherme Canella, and I'm the director in UNESCO in charge of digital transformation, inclusion and policies. Real pleasure to be here with Kathleen and this fantastic panel.
Yes. So Guilherme and I are very excited to have representatives from different regions and sectors here on the panel that will discuss AI governance with us. And dear panelists, thank you so much for coming. Let me briefly introduce you. So to our left, we have Melinda Claybor, Director of Privacy Policy at Meta. Welcome, Melinda. And next to Melinda sits Jovan Kobalia, Executive Director of Diplo Foundation, based in Geneva, but with a background from Eastern Europe. And next to you, Jovan, sits Jalak Kakar. Welcome, Jalak. Happy to have you. Jalak Kakar is the Executive Director of the Center for Communication Governance in New Delhi, India. And we are very happy also to welcome you, Mlindi Moshlogu. You are filling in for the Deputy Minister from South Africa, from the Ministry of Communications and Digital Technology, and your title is you are the Deputy Director General at the Ministry. Thank you all for coming, and very sad that Mondli couldn't come. He was affected by the recent activities in Israel and Iran, and his flight could not come through. Well, everyone, thank you for coming. Before you will be able to set the scene from your perspective, I would love to give a brief introduction on what we perceive under AI governance at the moment, and also give us an idea how to discuss this further. As this IGF's theme is building digital governance together, we want to discuss how we can shape AI governance together, as we still observe different levels and possibilities of engagement in sectors and regions. I would say that currently the AI governance landscape is blooming. Yes, we have AI governance tools like principles, processes, and bodies emerging globally, and I think somehow we also can lose track in that blooming landscape, just to name a few. So in 2019, the OECD issued its AI principles, followed by UNESCO's recommendations on the ethics of AI in 2022. In 2023, I don't know if you remember still, but AI companies such as OpenAI, Alphabet, and Meta made also voluntary commitments to implement measures like watermarking AI-generated content. And finally, last year, the EU AI Act came into force as the first legal framework for governing AI. Additionally, existing fora and groups are addressing AI and its governance. For example, last year, the G7 launched the Hiroshima AI process, and G20 has declared AI a key priority this year, and I think we'll be hearing more about that from you, Mlindi, later. And then we have also various declarations and endorsement and significant communications issued by many, like the Africa AI Declaration that was signed in Kigali, for example, or the Declaration on Responsible AI that was signed in Hamburg recently. And as a core document for 193 member states, the UN's Global Digital Compact calls for concrete actions for global AI governance, by establishing, for example, a global AI policy dialogue and a scientific panel on AI. So when we look at all these efforts, it seems like AI governance is not only a blooming, but also a fragmented landscape with different levels and possibilities of engagement. So how do you, dear panelists, perceive this? And what are your perspectives, but also ideas on the current AI governance? What should be changed? What is missing? We would love to start with your perspective, Melinda, from the private sector. Feel free to use the next 3 to 4 minutes for an introduction statement. And yes, there you go.
Great, thank you so much, and thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Just a little perspective to set the context. from where Meta sits in this conversation. So at Meta, I think everyone's familiar with our products and our services, our social media and messaging apps. But in the AI space, we sit at two places. One, we are a developer of large language models, foundational Gen AI models. They're called Llama, and many of you might be familiar with them or familiar with applications built on top with them. So we are a developer in that sense, and we focus largely on open source as the right approach to building large generative AI models. At the same time, we build on top of models and we provide applications and systems through our products. So we're kind of in both camps, just to situate folks. I was glad that you laid out I mean, it really, in the last couple of years, it's incredible the number of frameworks and commitments and principles and policy frameworks. It's head spinning at times, having lived through that. And so I think it is really important to remember there's no lack of governance in this space. But I do think that we are at an interesting inflection point. And I think we're all kind of wondering, well, what now? We set down these principles. We have these frameworks. Companies like Meta, for example, has put out a frontier AI framework that sets out how we assess for catastrophic risks when we're developing our models and what steps we take to mitigate them. And yet, there's still a lot of questions and concerns. And I think we're at this inflection point for a few reasons. One, we don't necessarily agree on what the risks are and whether there are risks and how we quantify them. So I think we see different regions and countries want to focus more on innovation and opportunity. Other folks want to focus more on safety and the risks. There's also a lack of technical agreement and scientific agreement about risks and how they should be measured. I think there's also an interesting inflection point in regulation. The EU, for example, was very fast to move to regulate AI with the landmark AI Act. And I think it's running into some problems. I think there's now kind of a consensus amongst key policymakers and voices in the EU that maybe we went too far, and actually we don't know whether this is really tied to the state of the science and how to actually implement this in a way. And now they're looking to pause and reconsider certain aspects of digital regulation in Europe. So, and then a lot of countries are kind of looking for what to do and are looking for solutions for how to actually adopt and implement AI. And so I don't think I have an easy answer, but I think we are at a moment to kind of take stock and say, okay, we've talked about risk. Can we talk about opportunity? Can we talk about enabling innovation? Can we broaden this conversation about what we're talking about and who we're talking with, and making sure the right voices, the right representation from little tech to big tech, from all corners of the world, are represented to have these conversations about governance.
Thank you very much, Linda. I would love to continue with you, Mlindi, and giving us the perspective from the South African government. How do you perceive the current landscape? What is important to you at the moment?
Thank you, Kathleen, for that. I think from the South African government, what we see, I think it's a general knowledge that we see that AI is a true general purpose technology, which is the same as like your electricity or internet, but also it does affect various sectors of our economy. But also, we see that, with such a power, transformative power, so it comes with the responsibility, which we want to ensure that, the AI systems are not only effective, but also, they are ethical, inclusive, and accountable. So I think it's one of the first things that we want to do. But also to govern AI effectively, we're trying to come with a shared vocabulary and principled, foundation, as reflected in some initiatives that you mentioned before, like OECD principles, UN high-level advisory board on AI. But also, we just need to also focus on making sure that we do have required sector-specific policy interventions, that are technically informed and locally relevant. So that's what we're trying to do, because we see that if we were to look on AI in financial services, it would be different in regulating it in AI in, say, agriculture. So we're trying to come, with different, methods of regulating AI. But also, some of the areas that we are focusing on as a government as well is, from the regional point of view, is to make sure that, our approach is grounded from the principle of data justice, which also puts, human rights, economic equity, as well as environmental sustainability, at the center of AI. But also we recognize that, the technological advancements, must serve further as a public good, but also not to reinforce, the historical inequities. So that's one of the concrete proposals that we are looking into. But also the other area that we're focusing on is the area of sufficient explainability, which is the requirement for the AI decisions. It's one of the areas that we're advocating, especially, those that impact, human lives and livelihood. So we see those decisions, they need to be transparent, interpretable as well as contestable, Because if you were to look on the areas of, say, for instance, the credit scoring, predictive policing, healthcare diagnostics, we need to have a right to understand how these decisions have actually come, and how the AI systems actually make those decisions. But also further from that, one of the areas that we are furthering as well is the area of human-in-the-loop systems, whereby we are saying that, there need to be human oversight in terms of the AI systems, but from the design and as well as deployment, so humans must guide and when needed override automated systems. So this also includes, the reinforcement learning with human feedback and clear thresholds for the interventions in the high-risk domains. I think the last point that I just want to focus on is, our participation in terms of the global AI governance has been uneven. The potential and agency are there. So from our side as a country, in terms of the policy that we're currently developing, so we are looking, to leverage on the areas, that have already developed some frameworks, which include your African Union Data Policy Framework. So we are building the models, of governance rooted in equity, sovereignty, as well as innovation. But also we see that, AI is not just a technology tool. We don't want that AI to replace humans, but we want the AI to actually work with the humans in terms of, assisting us in some of the most pressing needs of our society.
Thank you very much. Especially the local relevance of AI governance will be also discussed in our round later. So that is a very important point you made. Thank you very much. Jalak, we would love to continue with you. You are working at an academic institution, but you are also very rooted in the cooperation with the civil society. So if you could bring these two perspectives together, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. I think, when we think about AI governance, one is, what is the process and input into the creation of AI governance, either internationally or domestically? And then, actually, what is the substance of, what we are structuring AI governance as? And if I can first just take a couple of minutes to talk about the process. I think, if we learn from the past, it's very important to have multi-stakeholder input as any sort of governance mechanism is being created, because different stakeholders sitting at different parts of the ecosystem are able to bring forth different perspectives, and we end up in a more balanced environment. I think one of the things that we've increasingly seen is a shift towards multilateralism. And I think, at the IGF is a perfect place to talk about the need to focus on multi-stakeholderism and enabling meaningful participation, and not participation that is being done as a matter of form, but participation that actually impacts outcomes and outputs. I think the second piece that I want to talk about when I talk about process is increasing the need to meaningfully engage with a broader cross-section of civil society, academia, and researchers. So not only those bringing perspectives from the global north, but those bringing valued and informed perspectives from the global south. The way, a toaster works in the United States versus the way it works in Japan versus the way it works in Vietnam or India is pretty much the same. But AI as a technology will be shaped in the way it functions, in the way it impacts very differently in different contexts. And I think perspectives from a cross-section of countries, from a cross-section of civil society across the global majority is very important to enable. And we can talk about maybe later in this conversation what some of the challenges are that have been preventing that currently. I think if we talk about the substance of AI governance, one is the piece around how do we really truly democratize access to AI? We've seen a lot of technology development historically has been concentrated in certain regions. At a moment in time when we're talking about the WSIS Plus 20 review, I want to go back to something that was sort of articulated in the Tunis agenda, which spoke about facilitating technology transfer to bridge developmental divides. While it's happened perhaps with ICANN and ISOC supporting digital literacy and training, there's sort of been less substantial moves to operationalize on the equitable access to technology. So I think in this context, it's very important to think about how from the get-go we enhance capacity of countries to create local AI ecosystems so that we don't have a concentration of infrastructure and technology in certain regions. We talk about mechanisms such as open data set platforms, some kind of AI commons, and really think about how do we democratize access to this technology so that we have AI for social good, which is contextually developed for different regions and different contexts. And I think the last point I want to talk about is regulation and governance is not a bad word. Very often I'm hearing conversations about, we've talked about risk, let's focus on innovation now. I think that's creating a false sense of dichotomy. I think they have to go hand in hand. And I think in the past, the mistakes that we've made is sort of letting, not sort of developing governance mechanisms from the get-go. And it doesn't have to be heavy governance and regulation from the get-go, right? I think at this stage, and Melinda was talking about the fact that we don't understand what the risks are. So we need to be documenting risks. We need to be carrying out AI impact assessments. This has to be done from a socio-technical perspective so that we really understand impacts on society, impacts on individuals, because otherwise, we're going around in circles talking about we don't know what the risks are, we don't know what the harms are, we don't know how it's going to impact us. So let's start setting up mechanisms, whether it's sandboxes, whether it is AI impact assessments, whether it is audits. I know that we'll go back to conversations on, but there's a regulatory burden to this. It's going to slow down innovation. But are there ways we can start to think about how we can operationalize these in light touch ways so that we can parallelly start to understand what are the harms, what are the impacts that are coming up, so that we don't create path dependencies for ourselves later on, where then we're just doing Band-Aid solutions. Rather, we are able to shape the evolution of technology such that it's beneficial to our society and individuals, rather than landing up in a space where it's developed in a direction we didn't quite sort of envisage, and we didn't realize the unintended consequences that would come with shaping it in a particular way. I'll stop here and then come in with more points later.
Thank you very much. We will also come back to the role of IGF, but also on how we could use tools for collaboration and exploring AI governance on a more concrete level. Jovan, you're from an academic background, I would say, but you also have a lot of practice in AI. You call yourself a Takumi master in AI. We would love to hear a bit more on your perspective, observing either IGF's role in AI, but also on how AI is governed in Europe.
Thank you, Kathleen. It's a really great pleasure to be today here. When I was preparing cognitively for the session, I asked myself how we can make a difference. And one point which is fascinating is that in 3 years' time, AI landscape has changed profoundly. Just 3 years ago, when ChatGPT was released, it was magical technology. It can write you poetry, it can write you thesis, whatever you want. And with the time, at that time, you remember the reactions were, let's regulate it, let's ban it, let's control it. There were knee-jerk reactions, let's establish something analogous to the nuclear agency in Vienna for AI, and there were so many ideas. Fast forward, today we have a realism, and for those colleagues from Latin America, metaphor could be that AI governance is a bit of a magical realism. Like Llosa, Marquez, and others. You have a magic of AI like any other technology. And I guess many of us in this room are attracted to internet and the AI and digital because of this magical element. But there is a realism. And I will focus now on this realism. First point is that AI became commodity. We heard yesterday that in China there are 434, as of yesterday, large language models. I think similar statistics is for other countries worldwide. Therefore, AI is not something which is just reserved for a few people in the lab. It's becoming affordable commodity. It has enormous impact. One impact is that you can develop AI agent in 5 minutes. Exactly, our record is 4 minutes, 34 seconds. That's basically unthinkable. Only a few years ago, it was a matter of years of research. That's the first point. Therefore, the whole construct about risks is basically shifting towards this affordable commodity. Second point is that we are now on the edge where we will have basically AI on our mobile. And then the question we can ask is, today we will produce some knowledge here in our interaction. Should that knowledge belong to us, to IGF, to our organizations, or to somebody else? Therefore, this is the second point of bottom-up AI. We will be able to codify our knowledge, to preserve our knowledge, individual or group, family, and that will profoundly shift AI governance discussions. And the third point in this context, which I would like to advance in this introductory remark, is that we have to change our governance language. If you read WSIS documents, both Tunis and Geneva, the key term was knowledge, not data. Data was mentioned here and there. Now, somehow, in 20 years' time, I hope it will be reflected in WSIS plus 20, knowledge is completely cleaned. You don't have it in GDC, you don't have it in the WSIS documents, you have only a data. And AI is about knowledge. It's not just about data. That's interesting framing issue. In discussion, I hope that we can come to some concrete issues about, for example, sharing weights, through that sharing our knowledge, the way how we can protect our knowledge, especially from perspectives of developing countries. Because we are on the edge of the risk that that knowledge can be basically centralized and monopolized. And we had already experiences in early days of the internet where the risk that anyone can develop digital solution, internet solution, ended that at the end of the day that just the few can do it. And that wisdom should help us in developing AI governance solution, and we can discuss concrete ideas and proposals.
Thank you very much, Jovan, also for the references to the whole history of the internet. I think that's always great to have here as expertise on the panel at IGF. Thank you all for setting the scene. I think we got already an idea about the different perspectives we have here and also the possibilities for synergies, but maybe also for conflict. And that's also a bit our role as moderators to bring in these two different possibilities in you being on the panel. We would love to start now a more open round of discussion here We have prepared questions for you. We will start, but then we will also hope that something evolves in between you and that you can also refer to each other and answer a bit of the questions you've already put in the room here. But first of all, we would start with you, Mlindi, in terms of also giving us an idea. You already spoke about, the local relevance of AI, how to insert that into global processes. And as South Africa is currently holding the G20 presidency, how will you make sure within your functions that the local relevance of AI and the AI frameworks that South Africa also has established will be included in the global dialogue here?
Thank you, Kathleen. I think it's important to know that, the AI is a priority in terms of our G20 presidency. I think it's because we see that, the reason why we put it in there, we also picked up that, how we then govern it, it will determine how equitable, inclusive, and just how our societies will actually be tomorrow. So from our approach, so what we have tried to do is to ground, the governance in two complementary dimensions. Which one being a macro foresight as well as micro precision. So from the macro foresight point of view, we look on this on AI from the long-term view, and also to recognize, its impact, in society for a much longer period, shaping, our economy. So, but also from our G20 agenda, then we are championing the development of a toolkit which will try to reduce the inequalities, connected to the use of AI. So this toolkit also seeks to identify the structural and systematic ways in which AI can both amplify and redress the inequality, especially from the global south. But also we see that, this foresight requires, the geopolitical realism. Because, AI, we see that it cannot be, dominated by, a handful of countries or private sector actors, but it has to be, multilateral, multi-stakeholder, as well as multi-sectoral. So that is why then, we are working on expanding, the scope of the participation, bringing more voices from the continent, from the global south, and also some of the underrepresented communities in terms of the center of the AI governance dialogue. But also, if we were to look, then matching, the macro vision with the micro precision, whereby we're looking on the ability to address granular context-specific realities. So, as I highlighted before, that we see that there is no one-size-fits-all when it comes to AI. So, from there on, then we advocate, for the context-aware regulatory innovation, so which include your regulatory sandboxes, human-in-the-loop mechanism, but also adaptive policy tools that can be calibrated to sector-specific risks and benefits. But also, one of the areas that we are focusing on as well is to ensure that we do capacity building, develop local talent, research ecosystems, as well as ethical oversight mechanisms, because we believe that the AI governance must be owned as much as, for all sectors of our economy, being on the rural areas to the cities and all that. But also from our presidency, we also aim to bridge, the governance within the regional frameworks. So we align with the African Union's Emerging AI Strategy, the NEPAD's Science, Technology, Innovation Frameworks, as well as the regional digital policy harmonization through the SADC. So we see that this integration at regional levels needs are peripheral, but also they are foundational in terms of, the global governance agenda. I think finally, in terms of our G20, we just would like to call our partners and international institutions to support the distributed AI governance architectures so that, we can all be inclusive and, we can have the equitable as well as, make sure that the benefits of AI can have, much meaningful in terms of our society, while we are also addressing, the associated risk, related to AI. I thank you.
So, Melinda, moving to you now, actually, Jalak stole my thunder when I was preparing the follow-up question to you, because I think she touched in a point that I'm sure several in the audience and online have thought when you were speaking about what she called the false dichotomy between innovation and protecting human rights, right? Because at the end, the objective of governance, if it's done in an alignment with the international human rights law, is to protect human rights for all, not only for the companies, right? So how you respond to this, right? You framed, of course, very briefly, as if it was an antagonism between those two things. At the same time, we know all companies, including yours, are investing in human rights departments, reports, and when there are specific issues like elections on how to deal with these technologies and the risks, for example, for elections, but yet there is a lot of skepticism regarding the way the private sector, not only your company, is dealing with this situation. So if you could go a bit deeper on actually what Jalak was saying about what, in her view, is a false dichotomy on those two things, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would agree, to be provocative back. I mean, I think that what I'm trying to say is that we need to look at everything together. And it seems that the debate about AI, and by AI, to be clear, I'm talking about advanced, generative AI. I think we tend to talk about AI kind of loosely, but the conversations to date at the kind of international institution level and the framework and commitment level have really been about the most advanced generative AI. Those conversations have largely been focused around risk and safety risk. And I think that's an important piece, of course. And we've implemented a frontier AI safety framework to address concerns about catastrophic risks. I think, however, the conversation around harm and risk, two things. One, I think we need to be very specific about what are the harms we're trying to avoid. And as you point out, a lot of the harms we're trying to avoid are harms that already exist that we've been trying to deal with. So people talk about misinformation, people talk about kids, people talk about all the things that are existing problems that have existing policy frameworks and solutions to varying degrees that differ in different places. What I am trying to convey is that we also need to be talking about enabling the technology. Not to say ignoring risk, not to say not having that conversation, but we're missing a key element if we're not talking about everything together. Because otherwise it becomes overweighted in one direction. And I don't think there's a global consensus around the idea that advanced generative AI is inherently dangerous and risky. I think that's a live question that a lot of people have opinions about, but there is a lot of interest and opinions about the benefits and advances of AI, and so I think that all needs to be brought together into a conversation. I will also say that there's existing laws and frameworks that are already in place, and so I think even that predate ChatGPT, right? And so we have laws around the harms that people are talking about around copyright and data use and misinformation and safety and all of that. We have legal frameworks for, and so I would like to see attention around how are those legal frameworks fit for purpose or not with the new technology, rather than seeking to regulate the technology.
Thank you. That's a very interesting aspect that Jalak was also touching upon a bit, especially on that idea whether we can use the already existing laws and frameworks in the context of this new technology. Jalak, how do you perceive this? Do we have all the rules already? And if not, what is missing?
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of conversation around whether there is existing regulation that can apply to AI and whether there's need for more regulation. And I think there are several existing pieces of legislation that would be relevant in the context of AI, just to name a few: data protection, competition antitrust law, platform governance laws in different countries, consumer protection laws, criminal laws. So yes, I think I also agree with Melinda's point that we need to think about how maybe some of these laws are fit for purpose. Do they need to be reinterpreted, reimagined, amended to account for a different context that AI brings in? I mean, if I can give an example, the way we've seen the need for traditional antitrust competition law to evolve in the context of digital markets. You know, when internet platforms came in, you could have said, we have existing competition law, we have existing antitrust law, and that's going to apply. And we have seen over the last couple of decades that it is not fit for purpose to deal with, you know, the new realities of network effects, data advantage, zero-price services, multiple-sided markets that have come in with the advent of internet platforms. Similarly, I mean, we already see a hot debate happening around intellectual property right laws, whether copyright law is well-positioned to deal with the unique sort of situation that has arisen where, you know, companies are training their LLMs on you know, a lot of knowledge and data available on the internet, relying on the fair use exception. What was the intention of the fair use exception under copyright law? It was that big publishers should not amass a lot of knowledge with them, and it gives people like you and me access to use that knowledge and reference that knowledge and build on that knowledge. You know, it's an interesting situation where you have large companies now sort of, you know, leveraging fair use. So I think, you know, we already have courts around the world, you know, dealing with this issue. I'm sure legislatures are going to deal with it. And it's a question that I think as a society we have to think about is, yes, you know, there is, you know, development and new things that these companies are doing. You know, fundamentally, maybe there's a transformation that they're doing when they're building on this, but you know, what are we losing out? What are the advantages in weighing all of that to think through? I think coming back to, you know, the false dichotomy point, I want to go back to that. I think, yes, we know a lot of harms that have already arisen in the digital and internet platform context. We're well aware of that, and we're looking out for that. Civil society, academia, researchers, as you know, we see AI, and if we're talking more specifically about LLMs. But those are existing harms that we're looking for. There are a lot of harms that we don't know may exist. And just to give an example, I don't think 15 years back we thought about the kind of harms social media platforms would have on children. It just wasn't something that was envisaged. I mean, maybe someone could have envisaged, you know, CSAM content, but you know, the mental health impacts, the kind of cyberbullying, the extent and nature of it, a lot of this is unintended and unenvisaged. And I think unless we are scrutinizing these systems, and it's not only a question of catastrophic risk. I think you know, we have to think about individual level impacts and societal level impacts. And unless we're engaging with these systems and understanding these systems from the get-go, those impacts and implications and negative consequences will only surface 5 to 10 years from now. And we cannot only rely on, you know, while it's wonderful to see companies heavily investing in human rights teams, trust and safety teams, you know, as a space, we didn't have trust and safety 10 years back. So it's a new space that has grown. You have so many professionals coming into this space with specialized skill sets, and it's great to see that. But we've also seen that companies have never been particularly adept at only working under the realm of self-regulation. I mean, and this is across industries, I'm not only pointing to tech, you know, we've seen that time and time again over the last 150 years of, you know, really, you know, when we talk about industrial regulation that's been coming through. So I think we have to move beyond this sense that companies will self-regulate. Very often they don't disclose harms that are apparent to them. And we need external regulators, we need communities to be engaging, a bottom-up approach, civil society to be engaging, multilateral institutions to be coming in. We need the development of guidance, guidelines to operationalize the AI principles that we've all been talking about and working on over the last 5, 7, 8 years. So I think we have to move forward into the next phase of AI governance.
Thank you, very interesting. So now what's going to happen, I will do a follow-up question to Giovan, but then we are going to open to you. So if you want to start queuing on the available mics, you are welcome to do it. Giovan, let's back to the magical realism and the issue of getting back knowledge to the discussion. It's a very interesting point you raised. You probably remember when there was the Tunis round of the World Summit, UNESCO published a very groundbreaking report called Towards Knowledge Societies. And it's very interesting, until today, every week, that report is one of the most downloaded reports in the UNESCO online library, which shows that independently of what we are discussing here in these very limited circles, the people overall are still very much interested in the knowledge component of this conversation, right? So doing this preamble to ask you to go a bit deeper. So how we bring knowledge back to this conversation, of course, connecting with the new topics. Of course, data is a relevant issue. We can't ignore the discussion of data governance. But I mean, the South African presidency has 3 main topics, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Melinda, solidarity, equality and sustainability.
Yes.
And if you read that report of UNESCO of 20 years ago, connecting with the challenges of the then information society, you'll see those 3 keywords appearing maybe in different ways. So people like Manuel Castells and Nestor Garcia Conclini were telling those things. So what is your view on how we get back to this part, or this important part of the conversation when we are looking into the AI governance frameworks?
Sure. It's good that you brought this, by the way, excellent report. 2 reports are excellent, the UNESCO and World Bank report on the digital dividends. Those are landmark. What worried me was, I studied and I didn't want to bring it, but you told that you don't mind controversies. Even UNESCO, which set the knowledge stage with that excellent report, backpedaled on the knowledge in the subsequent years, which was part of the overall policy fashion. Data is, even in the ethical framework recommendation, data is more present. That's the first point. The second point, why people download it, they react intuitively. They can understand knowledge. Data is a bit abstract. Knowledge is what we are now exchanging, creating, developing. And my point is that common sense element is extremely important. And through that, through bottom-up AI, through, let's say, preserving knowledge of today's discussion, maybe excellent questions that we'll have. This is knowledge that was generated by us at this moment. And this is also back to Marquez and other magical realism. You have to grasp the moment. And it's technically possible, it's financially affordable, and it's ethically desirable, if you want this trinity. But let me just, on your question, just reflect on 2 points of discussant. There are many false dichotomies, including in the question of knowledge. I can list, you have multilateral versus multi-stakeholder, privacy versus security, freedom versus public interest. And we can label them as false dichotomies, but I think we should make a step forward. Ideally, we should have both, multi-stakeholder, multilateral, security, but sometimes you have to make trade-offs. And this is critical, that trade-offs are done in transparent way. That you can say, okay, in this case, I'm going to multilateral solution because governments have respective roles and responsibilities. You can find it in many other fields. And back to your question in this, bringing discussion to common sense, and the references that colleagues made. I would go not only 150 years or even Napoleonic Code, I would go to Hammurabi 3,400 years ago. There is a provision in Hammurabi's law. If you build a house, and if house collapses, the builder of the house should be punished with that sentence. That was the time. What we're
harsh one.
Harsh one.
We don't want that.
What we're missing today, let me give you one, just and with this I will conclude. Diplo has its own AI. We're reporting from this session. And let's hypothetical situation, our AI system confuses and says that two of you said, or all of us, something which you didn't say. And you go back to Paris and your boss say, hey, by the way, did you say really that? And said, no, I didn't say it, but Diplo reported. Now, who is responsible for that ethically, politically, legally? I'm responsible. I'm director of Diplo. Nobody forced me to establish AI system, to develop AI system. Therefore, we are losing a common sense which exists since Hammurabi, Napoleonic Code, till today. Somebody who develop AI system and make it available should be responsible for that AI system. There are nuances now in that, but the core principles are common sense principles. Therefore, in that sense, people, by downloading knowledge, they're reacting with common sense. I think in governance, AI governance, we should really get back to the common sense and being in position to explain to 5 years old what is AI governance. And it's possible. And I would say this is a major challenge for all of us in this room, and I would say policy community to make AI governance common sense, bottom-up, and explainable to anyone who is using AI.
Thank you very much. I don't see a queue behind the mics yet, and I think we also have, there's someone. That is great. Welcome. Happy to have your questions now towards the panel. It would be great if you could say who you are, from which institution, and also to whom you would like to direct your question.
Thank you. So my name is Deanne Heward-Mills, and I'm the founder of a global data protection office called Heward-Mills. For those that don't know, under the GDPR, there's certain organizations are mandated to appoint a data protection officer, and that's an individual or an organization that has responsibility for independently and objectively reviewing the compliance of the organization when it comes to data protection, cybersecurity, and increasingly AI. So I'm a UK qualified barrister. I've been working in the area of governance for over 25 years, data protection focused and privacy focused governance. And I've been running this organization for 7 years, which I'm very proud to do as a sort of female founder. I know I'm a very rare beast. But importantly, I decided 5 years ago to go for this standard called a B Corp standard. And I don't know if you're aware, but B Corp is a standard for organizations that can demonstrate high standards in environmental, social governance, ESG. And so my sort of comment or recommendation is we oversee carbon sort of offsets and the sort of efforts of organization in terms of demonstrating ESG. And I had a thought about, would it be an idea if organizations could also demonstrate their social offset? So, for example, if you are a tech business or a health business using AI, would it be sort of an idea that you document the existing risks, think about foreseeable risks, and think about actually how you could offset those risks in an objective way, and to have an independent overseer of that type of activity? I just thought I'd throw that out there to the panelists, because we're thinking about creative ideas of making sort of AI governance tangible and explainable. And I wondered, for example, if that were the sort of requirement 15 years ago for social media platforms to demonstrate their social offset, what sort of world we might be in today.
Thank you very much. So I think it was not specifically directed to someone on the panel. So whoever wants to take that question, I'm looking at you, Melinda, but I think it might be relevant for others as well.
Yeah, I'm happy to take a start at it. I think that that exact kind of, I mean, what you're talking about is really a risk assessment process that is objective and transparent and auditable in some fashion. I think that is you're right, the basis of kind of the GDPR and accountability structure that so many data protection laws have been built on. I think increasingly we see it in the content regulation space, particularly in Europe as well, that there are risk assessments and mitigations and transparency measures that can be assessed by external parties. And interestingly, we are seeing that in some early AI regulation attempts. I speak most fluently about what's going on in the US, but we are seeing very similar structures around identifying, documenting risks, demonstrating how you're mitigating them, and then in some fashion making that viewable to some set of external parties. I do think that is a proven and durable type of governance mechanism that makes a lot of sense. I think we still come to the issue, however, of what are the risks that are, and how are they assessed. And I say that because it is a particularly thorny challenge in the AI, particularly in the AI safety space. And there's healthy debates around kind of what risks are tolerable or not. But I do think as a framework that makes a lot of sense, and there are a lot of professionals who already work in that way, and companies already have those internal mechanisms and structures. So I would be surprised if we didn't land in a place like, and in fact that's what the EU AI Act essentially proposes as a structure.
But sorry, just a quick follow-up question, Melinda. But in that case, even if there is no consensus about what are the risks, the transparency that you were saying that you also agree is part of the solution, right? The companies don't need to be forced in agreeing on the risks, but they need to be transparent in telling the stakeholders what are the issues they consider risks and how they are mitigating, right? Because the problem maybe is to say, this is a risk, you need to report on that. But when the requirement is report on how you do risk assessments, then it's a different ballgame, right?
Yeah, I think the trick, I'm thinking about this through the lens of an open source model provider, and this is another tricky area of AI governance and regulation. How you govern closed models and open models may be very different. And so we do all kinds of testing and risk assessment and mitigation of our model, and then we release it for people to build on and add their own data to and build it for their own applications. We don't know how people are going to use it. We don't know how they end up using it. We can't see that, and so we can't predict how the model will be used. So I think there's just nuances as we think about this in terms of who's responsible for what. I do think some of it's common sense, who's using it. But so I think that's part of the value chain issue that people talk about.
I see that also Lindy wanted to react to the question.
No, thank you. No, I think for me, the important thing is, that is why for us as policymakers, we just want everybody to play fair when it comes to AI. There are areas that we understand that, self-regulation will be there from the organizations, but all is important is to make sure that at least we can look on all these risks that are emanating and make sure that we all deal with those risks collectively, both from the private sector as well as from the government, because from us as government, we don't want to be seen as, doing like the hard regulation and all that, which might end up, stifling innovation. But we want to make sure that, everybody can be protected, but while also from the private sector point of view, you can also derive the value that you want to derive from the AI systems. I think that's what is important. But also the other area that I've touched on before, the area of explainability, is actually very important because, you actually use these models and, they might have, some decisions that can be very harmful to human lives. So that's why then we say that you need to have, these decisions being explainable. But then it also touches to say that whenever the model does a decision, it needs to have considered the broad aspects of data sets, from various demographics as well, to make sure that you don't look on a few demographics and say that, okay, no, the model can actually take a particular decision based on, the small amount of data that you've actually trained the model on.
Yes, yes, definitely. And that's also, I think, a big achievement of the open source community to really stress that factor of explainability, what is happening actually within the data and within the models. Yes, we would love to move further on with on-site questions, and we switch to this microphone. Yes, happy to hear your question.
Thank you very much. So my name is Kunle Olorundare. I'm from Nigeria, and I'm the president of Internet Society, the Nigerian chapter, so to say, and we are into advocacy and stuff like that, so to say. So my concern is this. I know it's just about the right time for us to start discussing AI governance. There's no gainsaying that. However, there are issues that we really need to start to look at critically. And one of those issues has to do with the way data is being collected. I listened to Jovan the other time when he was emphasizing the issue of knowledge. I agree 100%, right? Because the end product of artificial intelligence is knowledge, so to say. However, how we gather this data, I think it's very important. Why I'm saying that is because we are looking at an AI that is going to, be inclusive, that we be able to have value for every community, so to say. And you will agree with me that this data gathering is being done by experts, and for every individual person, right? Everybody has his own bias. So I believe that whatever data you gather is as inherently flawed as the bias of the person that has gathered the data in the first place. So we need to start looking at how we are going to bring inclusivity in how we bring all this data together, considering all the multi-stakeholders. I think that is very important. That is on one hand. And for me, I think it will get to a stage that even this AI we are talking about is going to become DPG, Data Public Goods. I'm saying that because it's going to be available to everybody, and everybody should be able to use it for whatever purpose they want to use it for. But before we get there, how do we ensure that we put everybody on the same pedestal in the sense that we need to have a framework that is universal? I listened to Melinda too when she was talking about the framework, and I began to see some kind of, different frameworks coming from, different stakeholders. So we need to sit down and bring all these, frameworks together so that we can have a universal framework that's going to speak to issues that bother everybody. And the AI we're going to have at the end of the day is going to be universal, and it's going to be able to take care of everybody's concern. So I want the panelists to react to this. I think Jovan and probably Melinda should be able to react to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jovan, do you want to go first?
Just a quick, excellent points and question. 2 comments. Both are controversial, but first one is more controversial. We have had a lot of discussion of cleaning biases. And I'm not speaking about illegal biases, biases which are basically insulting people's dignity. That's clear. That should be dealt even by law, but let alone that. But we should keep in mind that we are bias machines. I am biased. My culture, my age, my, hormones, whatever, are defining what I'm saying now, or what questions you ask. Therefore, this obsession, which is now calming down, but it existed, let's say, 1 or 2 years ago, with cleaning bias, was very dangerous. Yes, illegal biases, biases that threaten communities, definitely. But I would say at that point, we have to bring a more common sense again into this. Second point that you mentioned is about knowledge. Knowledge, like a bias, should have attribution. Financial, legal, this. The question you ask is your knowledge, build on your understanding and other things. The problem currently in the debates is that we are throwing our knowledge into some pot where we don't know. It's like, I call it AI Bermuda Triangle. And it's disappearing, and suddenly we are revisiting it. I'm even testing big systems in our lab in Diplo. We are testing where we put very specific knowledge, contextual, and we realize that it is taken, repackaged, and then not sold yet to us, but maybe in the future. That's a critical issue. Your knowledge, knowledge of local community in Africa, Ubuntu, oral knowledge, written knowledge, belongs to somebody or should be attributed. Shared with the through universal framework, definitely, but attributed. That's critical issue when it comes to knowledge, and also to your, Guillermo, previous question, what we should do with the knowledge. And again, instruments are there. And the risk is that confusing AI governance discussion, and, well, everything and anything, magical realism a bit, is basically missing the core points. And it is like baby crying. Instead of answering the question with existing tools, we are giving the toys to the baby, which is discussion on ethics, philosophy, which I love philosophy. But there are some issues that we can solve with existing instruments related to your question of bias and question of knowledge.
Melinda, before you react as well, I look at Jalak's face and I see that you might not agree with all of the points mentioned by Jovan, especially possibly the one that bias in data can be neglected. Is that something you're thinking about?
I mean, I don't disagree with him, actually.
Please.
I think there is a reality that there is a level of bias in all of us. And it's not that the world is completely unbiased. It's not that when judges make decisions, there's no bias over there. And ultimately, AI is trained on data from this world, and biases will get embedded into that. They're trained on existing data sets which capture societal bias. I think the difference is with human decision making. In many contexts, we have set up processes and systems, and there has to be disclosure of the thinking and reasoning going into it. And that can be vetted if someone raises an objection. I think with AI systems, that's the challenge, is explainability has, in many contexts of various kinds of AI systems, has been challenging to establish. And I think that's a question that is still being grappled with. So I think and I think disclosure of use of AI systems in various contexts, and whether someone knows that an AI system is being used and they are being subject to it, and then the kind of bias that comes into decision making that impacts them, I think that's the other piece to it.
Thank you. Melinda, the question was also towards you.
Just two quick thoughts. I think it is critical that AI works for everyone. And so part of that is making sure that we do have the data, that there is a way of either training a model on the data or fine-tuning model on as representative of data as possible. I think that's a foundational key concept. I also think that there needs to be a lot of education around AI outputs. And so when people are interacting with AI, they understand that what they're getting back may not be the truth, right? Like, what is it? It's actually just a prediction about the next right word. And so I think we're at the very early stages of this in society. And so our expectations of what it is, what it should be, what these outputs should be relied on for, I think is very evolving. I do agree that when AI is being used to make decisions about people or their eligibility for services or jobs, that there is an extra level of concern and caution and requirements that should be added in terms of a human in the loop or transparency around a decision was made. I absolutely understand the concerns around that. So I think as a society, we get more experience and understand these tools more and what they should be used for and what they should not be used for. I think these questions will get more sorted out.
Thank you very much. So at IGF, we want to be as inclusive as possible. That's why we also have the online participation for people that can't be here and that can't be also maybe afford to travel here. And we have our online moderator, Pedro, behind the mic here. Pedro, if you could give us like 2 relevant questions from the online space that need to be addressed to the panel, that would be really great.
Perfect, thanks. We have a question from Grace Thompson directed to Jalak and then Melinda. What are the panelists' views about the consensus gathered in the Council of Europe Framework Convention on AI, Human Rights, Democracy, and the Rule of Law, the first international treaty and legally binding document to safeguard people in the development and oversight of AI systems? We, at the Center for AI and Digital Policy, advocate for endorsement of this international AI treaty, which has 42 signatories to date, including non-European states.
It's not really going through, Pedro. We have difficulties to understand you, I think
Oh.
so as well. Can you give us maybe the two main words that need to be discussed? Was it the EU AI Act in the first one?
The Council of Europe Framework Convention on AI, Human Rights, Democracy, and the Rule of Law.
Okay.
The comments on the panel for Jalak and Melindez.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that went through okay-ish. Yeah? Jalak, do you want to react?
So are they asking about the framework?
Yes.
So I think, there has been a lot of conversation globally around what is the right approach to take. Melinda was saying we need to think about what systems need more scrutiny versus others, systems that are impacting individuals and people directly versus those that are not. There's been a whole conversation which we've referenced earlier in this dialogue around innovation versus regulation and what is the right level of regulation to come in with this point, what is too heavy, what is not enough. And I think I don't have the answer to that, right? I think in different contexts, it's going to be different. In countries which have a high regulatory capacity and context, there is more that they can do and implement. In countries that don't, we have to frame regulation and laws which work for those sort of regulatory and policy contexts. But what I think is really important is, at occasions like, for instance, the India AI Impact Summit, which is an opportunity because India is, trying to emerge as a leader in the global majority, to really bring together thinking from civil society, academia, researchers, industry, governments, particularly from the global majority, to talk about what would be the right way forward. Would it be borrowing from ideas that have developed in another context, and perhaps there are ideas that are relevant to pick up from there, but what is contextually and locally useful and relevant from within the contexts we come from, right? I mean, places like India and South Africa may have a lot of AI that is being developed, say, at a Sloan Kettering a health diagnostic tool, which is then brought in and deployed in the Indian context. But demographics are different. The kind of testing and treatments available at our primary healthcare, secondary healthcare, and tertiary healthcare settings are different. So there are a lot of differences. So how do we think about something like that, which may not be really a topic of discussion in other parts of the world? So I think in India and places like South Africa, we may have slightly different challenges to grapple with. And I think it's very important that those conversations happen as well.
Yeah, I think from the South African point of view, as my colleague has just highlighted here, one of the areas is the areas of human rights, and it's enshrined in the Constitution. So whatever you do from the technology point of view, you need to make sure that it doesn't really impact the human rights, as well as the Bill of Rights. So it's one of the things that we're trying to do to make sure that whenever then you actually put these types of technologies, they are not infringing on the rights of people. But also you'll find that, you do have, some of the other laws that we've got, like your Protection of Personal Information Act, so which says that, you can't just use my information within it, but then how do we then make sure that we can use your information for the public good? So now you're competing with these two laws. One is trying to use this information for the better good, but one is saying that you can't just use my information. So I think it's going to be quite a balancing act that we're trying to do, to say that what are some of the things that we can use to make sure that we can drive innovation, but what are the things that we need to do to make sure that we don't also infringe on the human rights as well as the information of the people.
Yes, thank you very much. I see there's further questions from the floor. Jovan, you will be reacting briefly because I think it would be also great.
Questions concrete on the EU AI Act and Council of Europe Convention. Just quickly, those are very interesting points. EU moved fast and probably too far. Now, as we're hearing from Brussels, there is a bit of revisiting of some provision, especially on the defining high-risk models through flops and other things. Council of Europe is an interesting organization. They adopted Convention on AI, but they're interesting organization because under one roof, first you have the Convention, but you have also human rights coverage. Next is also Human Rights Court. You have cyber crime. Council of Europe Convention is host of Budapest Convention. You have science. Therefore, it's one of the rare organizations that interplay between existing silos when it comes to AI could be basically bridged within one organization. Those are just 2 points on EU AI Act and the Council of Europe Convention.
Thank you very much. Let's pool last 2 questions from the floor. I see 2 people standing behind the mic over there.
Yes, thank you. Well, my name is Pilar Rodriguez. I'm the youth coordinator for the Internet Governance Forum in Spain. And I wanted to follow up a little on what Ms. Jalak was saying about how countries can achieve AI governance and AI sovereignty if this doesn't lead to, let's say, an AI fragmentation. I'm not just thinking from a regulatory perspective, because we have the AI Act in Europe, the California AI regulation, China has this regulation, so doesn't that lead to more fragmentation? And coming from the youth perspective, is there a way to ensure that we have, let's say, a global minimum so that future generations can be, let's say, protected?
Thank you very much. Let's also take the next question of the person behind you.
Hi, I'm Ana from R3D in Mexico. It's gonna sound like I'm making a comment more than a question, but I promise that for Melinda there's gonna be a question, because I was very concerned of hearing how there was this underestimation about the risks of AI, making it sound like it's something hypothetical and not that it was actually materialized in several examples around the world. And Jovan was mentioning this topic of knowledge and education, while at the same time speaking about illegal biases, when I think that in reality, there has been several examples of how classism, racism, misogyny is affecting how people can access basic services around the world, or how police are predicting who is a suspect or not, so we shouldn't disinform people about the actual risks. But the question to Melinda would be related to the emergency crisis that we're living. And since she mentioned that companies such as Meta are doing these risk assessments, I wonder how Meta is planning to self-regulate, for example, when it hasn't done environmental or human rights assessments, when it has established hyperscale data centers in places like the Netherlands that had made people publicly pressure for them to stop being constructed there. So then you move them to global south countries or to Spain in that case, so that all the issues with extractivism, with hydric crisis, with pollution arrive to other communities where there hasn't been any consultancy, but you're claiming that there has. That would be my question.
Thank you very much. So 2 relevant points. One would be the point of fragmentation and the other one of global AI justice, basically. Melinda, do you want to react first?
Sure. I mean, I can't I can't really speak to the data center piece. I think that was your question around kind of basically the energy needs for AI and where data centers are placed. Essentially, I can't really speak to that. I can say that I think we all know that the AI future is going to require a lot of energy, and I think that there are a lot of questions about where the energy needs are and where the solutions to those energy needs are going to come from. But I can't speak in any detail about how particular decisions are made.
And in terms of fragmentation, that was part of the first question, right? The fragmentation of AI governance, having so many initiatives, so many different stakeholders. That is also basically then the question, how could you, coming from different sectors and regions, cooperate more in that area? Is there an idea here on the panel how that could look like? Who would like to react on that?
What was the question? How to avoid?
How different sectors and regions could cooperate even better on AI governance, how to counteract against that fragmentation that might also occur from the blooming landscape of AI governance.
But we have to define what is fragmentation, Having the AI adjusted to Indian, South African, Norwegian context, German, Swiss, whatever, is basically fine. Probably the communication or exchanges should be done by some sort of standardization about the weights. Weights are basically the key element into AI systems. Therefore, we may think about some sort of standards and to avoid the situation that we had with social media. If you are on one platform, you cannot migrate with your network to the other. Now, Digital Services Act in UAE is trying to mitigate that. But the same thing may relate to the AI. If my knowledge is codified by one company and I want to move to the other platform company, whatever, there are no tools to do that. My advice would be to be very specific and to focus on the standards for the weights, and then to see how we can share the weights, and in that context, how do we share the knowledge?
So joint standardization, Mlindi?
Yeah, I think from the continent, we started, this governance as early as 2020, 2021, when we developed the AI blueprint for the continent. And I think from there on, the African Union also worked into developing the AU AI strategy, but also the individual member countries are also developing their policies and strategies, So I think there is not much fragmentation, but it's just that, from the grassroots level, you'll find that each country will have, its particular priorities that they would like to focus on. But I think generically, and if you were to look in all the, published policies and strategies and legislations, you'll find that AI normally generally addresses, more of the core principles, the issues of ethics, the issues of bias, the issues of risk. And I think even from the South African point of view, from the policy development point of view, the one that we are currently finalizing now, we are actually advancing, some of those aspects as well. I think we are looking on this thing, but from the grassroots level, from the country level, you'll find that you're not going to have it's exactly the same, but it's not that they are also always disjointed as well, but it's also that different priorities as well. Thank you.
Do you want to add anything?
Yeah. I think there is a concern that in the drive for innovation, there's a race to the bottom in terms of the adherence to responsible AI, ethical AI rights frameworks. We have several existing documents ranging from the UDHR to the ICCPR, which can be interpreted, which through international organizations, norm building can happen, which sets a certain baseline. I think the IGF, as WSIS Plus 20 review happens, I think the IGF should be strengthened to really help with not only agenda setting of the action lines, but also as a feedback loop into CSTD, the WSIS forum, and other mechanisms where there is holistic sort of input from multi-stakeholders going into these processes, which accounts for many of the concerns that have been raised, ranging from environmental concerns to, impact of extraction in global majority contexts. It could be questions of labor for AI, whether it's labeling and, a lot of like worker related concerns. So I think all of this needs to be surfaced. And then these conversations need to feed back into the agenda setting as well as, the final outcomes that we have. Because I think that level of international coordination, both at the multilateral level but at the multi-stakeholder level, is important. And we have to all sort of come together and work together to find sort of ways to set this common baseline so that we don't sort of, in the race for, getting ahead, we don't sort of lose focus on our common values that we have articulated in documents like the UDHR.
Thank you. So now we are walking towards the end. So if the online moderator has a very straightforward question.
Yes, we have one from Michael Nelson about the two sectors. The two sectors that are spending the most money on playing AI are the finance sector and the military. And we know very little about their successes and failures. So he would like from the panelists, especially from Jovan and Melinda, what are their fears and hopes about those two sectors?
Question is about AI.
Especially finance sector and the military. What are your impressions on those?
Okay, so fears and hopes, finance, military, but then I will give the floor back to all of you. 1 minute to, if you want to comment on that. And within this 1 minute, what is your key takeaway of this session? So let's start with you, Melinda.
Okay. I don't have an answer on the finance and military sector hopes and fears, to be honest. We are very focused right on adding AI personalization to our family of apps products. I'll leave the finance and military to others. On the key takeaway from the session, I think it really is interesting to take stock of where we are at these meetings. I've been at the last couple IGFs, and I think the pace of discussion and kind of the developments in the space are really fast, right, and fast moving. And so I'm encouraged, and I would encourage us all to keep having these conversations. I think multi-stakeholder will be the word that everyone is going to say here, but it really is a unique, important role that the IGF plays in bringing people together. I know we have a lot of Meta colleagues here. We take everything we hear here back home and talk to people and inform our own direction. And so I think let's keep having these conversations. I think the convening power is the most important contribution right now in this space of bringing these particular voices together.
Thank you. Jovan?
On military and AI, it's obviously getting, unfortunately, center stage with the conflicts, especially Ukraine and Gaza, together with the question of use of drones. There are discussions in the UN with the laws, lethal autonomous weapons or robot killers. Then the Secretary General has been very, very vocal for the last 5 years to ban killer robots, which basically is about AI. What is my take from it? Awareness building, education. At Diplo, we run AI apprenticeship program, which is explaining AI by developing AI. People learn about AI by developing their own AI agents. And I would say, let's demystify AI, but still enjoy in its magic.
Thank you, Jalak.
Yeah, I think, my sort of final thoughts would be, I think we need to learn from the past, the successes of the past, things like, the multi-stakeholder model, successes we've seen in international cooperation, but we also need to learn from the past in terms of mistakes that have been made around governance, around technology, and not sort of repeat those. And I think we need to continue to work together to build a robust and wholesome, impactful, beneficial digital ecosystem.
Thank you, Melini.
No, I think from my side, I just want to say that, AI need to be anchored in the human rights. We need to make sure that the technology empower the individuals, but also when it comes to innovation, we need to do that responsibly by looking on the adaptive governance models, which includes like your regulatory sandboxes. But I think the last point that I want to touch on is the issue of collaboration, aligning, the national, regional, as well as the global efforts in terms of ensuring that, the AI benefits, are spread across, everybody in our society. I think those are my final thoughts.
Thank you very much. So now I have the very difficult task to try to summarize it, which would be impossible, but just the disclaimer, whatever I'm going to say now is full responsibility of Guilherme Canella chat. It's not any of you, right? But I think there is an interesting element in this conversation that when many years ago I was involved in some of these similar debates, AI governance, etc., the first thing that appeared was bias, and bias appeared very late in our panel, which is a good sign, because the first things that appear were the processes, even if we disagree, right? The dichotomy, the eventually false dichotomy between innovation or risks, but all those keywords that we spoke, risks, innovation, public goods, data governance, the knowledge, bringing knowledge back, those are actually more structured frameworks that looking into the real but these very specific issues of bias or disinformation, of conspiracy theories and so on. So I think this is a good sign for all of us, even if we disagree, as you noticed, that we are looking into something that we can take to the next level of conversation from a governance point of view. Because when we are too much concentrated in specific pieces of content rather than the processes, then the conversation becomes very difficult because it's related to polarizations, to specific opinions, which everyone has the right to have on what is false, what's not false, what is dangerous, and what is not danger. While when we are concentrating on transparency and accountability, on public goods, etc., all those keywords, they come with lots of interesting knowledge behind them on how we transform them in concrete governance, which doesn't mean only governmental governance, can be self-regulation, can be co-regulation, and so on. But we also, for obvious reasons, for lack of time, left important things out of the conversation that also need to be part of governance frameworks. For example, the issue of energy consumption of these machines should be part of governance frameworks, and it appeared very late today because of the time and so on. But I do think that the panel did a good job in putting also some of the divergences of this conversation, which is part of the game. Last thing I want to say is that, and this is nothing related, this is not on the shoulders of the panelists or my co-moderator, I do invite you to think that be innovative is to leave no one behind in this conversation. When Eleanor Roosevelt was holding the Universal Declaration of Human Rights on that famous photo, the conversation was, this was the real innovation. How we came together and put those 33 articles and in a groundbreaking way that is not solved into today. So what we really require is an innovation that includes everyone and not only the 1%. Thank you very much. Thank you, my co-moderator. It was a pleasure.
Thanks to all of you. Thank you. Maybe we can have like
Good afternoon, and welcome to this special session. That is the PNMA session, which is the policy network on meaningful access. Today, we'll be discussing about the concepts portfolio, effectively contributing to the WSIS Plus 20 and also the GDC implementation. With me today is my co-host, Giacomo, that we have over there. And then we have a series of a wonderful panel this afternoon. And the first we have on the panel I'm going to introduce to you is Mr. Fabio Sene, who is a coordinator at the Regional Center for Studies for the Development of Information Society. Welcome, sir, to this special program. Now, the second part we have here is Ms. Onika Makwaka, Executive Director, Global Digital Inclusion Partnership, that is GDIP. Welcome to this special panel. And after, we have Mr. Guilherme Canelo de Sousa Godoy, Director, Division for Digital Inclusion and Policies and the Digital Transformation, and Secretary of the Information for All Program, IFAP at the UNESCO. Welcome to this program. And next, we have Madam Joyce Donges, Vice President of Empowerment and Outreach, Internet Society Foundation, ISOC Foundation. You are also welcome. And from there, we have our two moderators also. That's Ms. Margaret. We have, welcome, Madam Margaret. And next, we also have one of our moderators here is Judith Helstein. Welcome. Now, we move on to the next on stage here. And we have the Mr. Bore Goap, Senior Engineer, Devon, that's the Arctic University of Norway. You're welcome, sir. And we have also one of my colleagues and one of my friends here, Ponslet Ileleji, from the Gambia. I'm working on the Joko Labs. And then finally, we have Madam Josephine Milisa, that's Policy Regulator Lead, that's Local Network Initiatives, Association for Progressive Communication, that's APC. Welcome to this special session. Now, before we continue, I would like to call our consultant and a lady that has been working with us for the past several months and for the past several years, digging into all aspects of meaningful access. And we have Madam Daphne, and she's going to give us like a rundown of what this network is all about. That's the policy network on meaningful access. Welcome, Daphne, to the floor.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning.
Thank you.
It is an honor to welcome you to the PNMA main session here in Norway and anywhere you are watching us from. The Policy Network on Meaningful Access, as an intersessional activity, was created in response to the growing body of evidence that even when people have connectivity, they might not fully benefit from the internet. How one gets connected is an equally important challenge to the experience that a person will have once they are online. While access to infrastructure is critical, without this access being inclusive, useful, sustainable, and affordable, or to summarize, meaningful, humanity cannot achieve its full potential. Since 2021, the PNMA's expert-led multi-stakeholder network has consistently built knowledge and reached across communities to exchange policies and practices that have worked within our focus areas. But most importantly, to highlight what has not worked, why digital divides persist, and which structural issues repeat themselves in different scenarios. This analysis of stakeholders' experiences with implementation and problem solving is notably one of our main outcomes. We invite you to access our PNMA repository of good practices and also our endorsed list of literature on meaningful access, both available for community updates throughout the year. A community that you can also be part of and extends beyond the IGF ecosystem. Advocacy for partnered implementation of these previously identified solutions, the monitoring of ongoing experiences, and the collation of new practices are additionally performed by our network. Our roadmap towards WSIS plus 20 process highlights our core activity as a benchmark for the implementation of meaningful access objectives as established by the Global Digital Compact. Moreover, our upcoming output report is planned as a public portfolio of knowledge and practices that the PNMA can engage with and contribute to these pivotal milestones. You are about to experience a small fraction of said portfolio. Let's keep the conversation flowing afterwards. We look forward to receiving your support and feedback. Thank you and enjoy the panel.
Thank you. I stay seated because I have the computer on my knees. Thank you for Daphne for this introduction. The structure of the session will be as followed, as been explained before. But let's say that we have discussion here, and then we will have remote moderators taking questions from people on remote and other moderators moderating the debate here in the room. We hope that we have a lot of discussion with you. Dikia and Roberto are the moderator online, while Nyambura and Judith with us are moderator on the room. The first speaker for us is Vint Cerf, that is loyal to this meeting, but today is better than yesterday. Yesterday, the other meeting waked you up at 3 in the morning. Today is better for you a little bit. Yeah.
Yes, this is much more manageable, but thank you very much for inviting me to both of them. If I may take a moment just to remind the PNMA participants how important your work is. This is the most substantive intersessional activity that I think IGF undertakes. And the reason I consider it to be so important is that we can give concrete feedback to local and regional actors about how well the internet is performing for those users in those locales. This concrete kind of feedback is exactly the sort of thing that one hopes for out of the IGF. And what is especially important is that the PNMA is an intersessional body, which continues to carry out its work during the course of the year, not only in an annual meeting. I had confessed that I don't know to what extent the PNMA measurements reflect the UNESCO ROMEX metrics, but I would draw those to your attention as yet another way of expressing how well or how not well internet is performing for all of its users. It's been my belief that the national and regional internet governance fora are also potential partners to work with the PNMA in providing this concrete feedback. I also just want to briefly draw your attention to a new development which has been underway for quite some time now, and that's the interplanetary extension of the internet. It's the so-called solar system internet. This work began in 1998, and the reason I'm bringing it to your attention in 2025 is that the protocols for interplanetary communication have been standardized by the Consultative Committee on Space Data Systems and the Internet Engineering Task Force, and they have been exercised on the International Space Station. Prototypes have been operating on Mars to serve the rover communications between Earth and Mars since 2004. Other experiments have been done with optical communications to orbiters around the moon and to other spacecraft that NASA has made available to the community that is developing these protocols. This is actually should be and will become a topic for the PNMA as we ask ourselves, how do the cosmonauts and astronauts get access to internet equivalent capabilities as they explore the rest of the solar system? And of course, we also want these same capabilities to support robotic exploration. So I suspect that in 2026, if not 2025, this should become yet another work item for the PNMA as we think about interplanetary support or internet-like capability. Let me thank every single one of you for participating not only in this annual IGF, but for the persistent work that you have been doing over the course of the last several years. I believe that this work is going to make a very big difference as the Global Digital Compact framework fills in as it's fleshed out with specific activities. You'll be a key player in helping us understand how well that effort is going. So that's really as much as I have time to say, and I must go to another meeting. But thank you so much for allowing me to begin. And congratulations again on putting this very successful panel together. So back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vint. Thank you. So if I understand, you suggest that the next revision of the GDC, we extend the rights of being connected also to extraterrestrial. This is your proposal?
Here, they haven't been very well represented. And so thank you for taking that into account.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Vince, once again for the words of encouragement and for the support that you keep providing to this special network. We really appreciate all the support that you are giving to us. Now, we move to our first speaker that's on site. That's Mr. Pons Ileleji. And Mr. Pons, we would like you to tell us about the importance of community networks so that the followers of this session, both online and on-site, can have a better understanding about the importance of the community networks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Halajambo. I think one of the good things to be able to bridge this great digital divide we have in a situation whereby we have 2.6 billion of people like me and you that are not connected is through community networks. And most of these 2.6 billion people worldwide that are not connected mainly live in the global south. If I look at my continent of Africa, we have only, in a population of 1.4 billion people, we have only about 37% on broadband connectivity. That is not good enough. We still have a lot of children that are not yet being able to access any digital device at all or seen anyone. We still have teachers that are struggling with having access to educational technologies that can aid learning outcomes. And that is where community networks come in. Community networks have been the lifeline of a lot of communities in Africa, in South America, and in Asia, in being able to provide last-mile connectivity and, above all, improve socio-economic development through having access to digital tools. And in setting up a community network, I'm not going to look at the technical aspect. I'm going to look at a situation whereby the communities are involved in it, because using a reflective mode of citizen-generated data, they know their needs. They know what they want to use that community network to do, not just accessing things that are on social media, but to help maybe small-scale farmers to be able to get resources on agriculture that they can use to improve their planting, to help teachers to be able to access materials, and women, especially in my beloved continent of Africa, who are in the informal sector, to be able to use e-commerce tools to sell their group. And in setting up these community networks, in a lot of cases, our internet service providers don't play a big role. So you have the technical aspects that come in. And my new model with the implementation phase now of the Global Digital Compact to bridge this digital divide is our internet service providers and our technical, our telcos, mobile network operators, to be able to be involved with organizations like the LockNet that are involved in this setup to build robust and sustainable networks based on green energy that will serve remote communities. And in that way, we can be able to bridge the digital divide and give last mile access to communities that don't have. Thank you for now.
Thank you very much, Pons, for that wonderful intervention on telling us the importance of these community networks, where it tends to bridge that gap in various countries, particularly in Africa, in South America, and also in Asia, where we still globally have over 1 billion people that are still underconnected. So thank you. Then we're going to move to the next speaker here, Ms. Josephine Malaiza, to talk to us about the research for the G20 presidency on the replicability of the community networks model.
Thank you, Honorable Alhaji, for the introduction. I work with the APC Local Networks Initiative, and we work in this initiative in partnership with Reimagining. And our role is to directly support the growth and emergence of community networks in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. For us, this conversation is very pivotal because we know, especially post-pandemic, there was quite an over-reliance, or the demand in terms of reliance on digital infrastructure has really grown. And I remember when we started advocating for community networks back in 2016, 2017, the IGF was a pivotal platform, global platform that we used to be able to bring this conversation to global spaces. And so this year, as South Africa holds the G20 presidency, which started in December 2024 up to November 2025, we thought that it would also be important to continue to drive the conversation around community-centered connectivity initiatives so that it can be included in the global agenda that is being advocated at the G20 process. And so within this, I'd just like to mention some of the key things that we think are important for us to be able to scale community-centered connectivity initiatives. As Poncelet mentioned, they really operate in rural, marginalized communities where traditional operators are not able to scale, not able to provide connectivity. And so to be able to provide more support so that more of these initiatives come up, we recognize there's a need to be able to promote a diversified ecosystem, recognizing that there's no one-size-fits-all telecom approaches. There are several opportunities for local communities to be able to self-provision their infrastructure, and so support is required for them where we have regulators having dialogue with local communities to bridge and to build up policies from the bottom up. We are seeing a lot of these examples in countries such as Kenya and Brazil, and in fact, Kenya has developed a community networks licensing, a community network service license, provider license, and this has enabled quite a number of the local initiatives to be able to scale. South Africa as well, we are seeing examples where initiatives can be able to operate under license-exempt regulations, but also their developments in terms of reviewing so that they are more, it's more integrated in its policy and innovation. The second thing I'd like to highlight the importance of innovative financing and investment mechanisms. As these are small-scale operators, we need to be able to adapt the financing mechanism so that they also reflect the needs of those communities. Public funds, such as the Universal Service Funds, can actually be allocated to support these models. We're seeing examples in Argentina where the regulator was able to provide grants for quite a number of community networks to deploy and operate. Brazil and Kenya have also followed suit in terms of not only recognizing community networks in their licensing framework, but going a step further to be able to create spaces within the Universal Service Funds where they can be supported, because CapEx is a key need, operational costs are a key need for them to be able to scale and grow. The third advocacy issue is on access to unused and underutilized spectrum. in the telecom ecosystem, we hear quite a lot about scarcity of spectrum. But it's not just about scarcity, but most of the time is because of inaccessibility of that particular spectrum. And as LockNet, what we actually advocate for is the use it or share it model, whereby existing licensee holders can be able to share with other operators where there are unused frequencies. And we are seeing great examples in countries such as Mexico and Brazil, and South Africa also is following suit. Lastly is on investment in terms of awareness raising and capacity building, and I know my colleague from Internet Society, Joyce, will speak a bit about that, on the importance of ensuring that communities are actually active contributors to the growth of digital infrastructure and not just users or consumers of the digital infrastructure. So those are my interventions, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Josephine Milisa, for that rundown about some of the issues that you guys are working on, particularly the promotion of community-centered initiatives, and also the use of the Universal Service Fund to ensure that those that are not connected can also be connected, and also capacity building. Now, before we move, before I hand over to my colleague, Giacomo, we have one intervention from the floor. That is Mr. Julian Casas Buenos, that's the director of Colnodo in Colombia. You can take 2 minutes, and then we can continue the conversation. Is the mic on? Can we have the mic on?
Try again.
Hello, can you hear me?
No, check the button on the mic. Yeah. Yeah. Can you check?
It's open?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to comment about the experience of Colnodo in community networks, and also that we have been doing with the support of LockNet project of the Association for Progressive Communications and Internet Society Foundation. Based on Colnodo experience in supporting community networks, particularly those using mobile communications over IMT spectrum in rural areas in Colombia, it is clear that the sustainability and impact of these initiatives largely depend on the existence of clear public policies that recognize their social value and their importance in reducing the digital divide in remote rural areas. Community networks have proven to be an effective and sustainable solution for bringing connectivity to historically access, but also the strengthening of local capacities, technological autonomy, and community well-being. We consider the support of the European Union within the framework of the Global Gateway strategy to be highly relevant for the implementation of community networks in Colombia through the project Connecting the Unconnected, community internet networks as a vehicle to reduce the digital divide in rural areas in Colombia, implemented by Colnodo. It is essential that national policies include specific mechanisms to facilitate access to spectrum under conditions aligned with the social nature of these initiatives, removing barriers such as auctions or costly licenses fees. Additionally, resources from National Universal Service Fund should be made available to support the development of these networks, not only relying on the international donors promoting such initiatives, and directed not just toward basic infrastructure, but also toward training and meaningful technology appropriation processes. Connectivity should not be measured solely by technical availability, but it is a real capacity to transform lives. Ensuring meaningful access means enabling communities to use the internet in ways that are relevant, safe, and tailored to their specific needs.
Thank you very much, Julian, for this contribution. that integrate what we have heard before. Josephine, when will be available the study, the complete study? This is an important information for us. You have a timeline?
Yes, so we would like to invite, tomorrow there'll be the launch at the DC3 session. We'll be launching the study on self-sustaining financing mechanisms. But also within the T20 process, we hope that we'll be able to publish this policy brief that we submitted.
Okay,
yes.
We will share the information with the people
yes,
connected with us.
shared
Thank you
within
very
the
much.
framework.
So now we have seen difficulties in reaching rural areas and various kind of communities, but we have a special kind of community with special needs, and this is, for instance, the indigenous population. And it looks like something exotic, but in no way this where we are. We have exactly this kind of a situation, and thanks to technology, these communities are now on the way to be integrated and not cut out from the digital revolution. Borre, can you let us know better how you do it?
Yeah. So I work at the University of Tromsø, and we have made an infrastructure for an NLP framework for making the native languages make them survive, make them survive in the digital age. So the NLP framework is you put in linguistic content, and then out of that you get apps. The apps are distributed on App Store, Play Store, and widely on the internet, and also as web apps. And the infrastructure was made for Sami languages which have 500 to 20,000 speakers. And so the framework or the infrastructure is a good fit for low-resource languages. And the infrastructure is made such that you first make a language model, and then those are packaged into apps. And based on the maturity of your language model, then you get more and more advanced apps. They are listed here in front of you here. So what's in it for a new language? Many of the technical problems are solved, and also the problem with distribution for the major platforms, at least that means iOS, Android, Windows, Mac, Linux, and also Chrome OS. So what you need to begin using this framework is just start adding content to linguistic content into the framework. And you need a native speaker which knows the language. You need a linguist. Perhaps they are the one and the same. Mm-hmm. And you need a programmer to adapt the source code into the framework. And if you also happen to have a text corpus, that will be a bonus. It will ease your development of the language model. And we have sufficed with less than 1 million words. So the South Sami corpus, text corpus, is about 1 million words. The North Sami, which is the largest one, has a 40 million words inside it. So how do the development process starts with making a keyboard so that it's easy and convenient to input your language. And then you start working on the language data model. And the maturity of your data model decides which apps are available. So you start, of course, with the keyboard as an input. The next step is the spell checker, and then you get onwards and onwards with more and more complicated apps. For text-to-speech, you need 10 hours of transcribed material. You need a language model to process the speech. And then you need access to neural network training of that model. And for automatic speech recognition, you need 100 hours of transcribed material again. You need the language model, and you need resources for the network training, neural network training. So that's it about our infrastructure. I can say that not only are the Sami languages users of this this infrastructure, we also have Greenlandic, we have Faroese with 70,000 speakers. We also have various native and minority language in the Nordic hemisphere, because we have worked there and have connections within the milieu there. So that's it. We also had spurious contacts with South American native communities. So there are repositories or development going on, but it's just begun.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
So the problem seems common across the world and across the communities. And this is exactly what Onika now will tell us. Can you tell more about that? Thank you.
Great. Good day, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. Again, my name is Onika Makwakwa. I'm the Executive Director at the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. Our mission at GDIP is advancing meaningful connectivity for the global majority world. And this is largely motivated by the recognition that there is an even broader, larger emerging divide amongst those who are connected. So raising the standard to go beyond just basic access to begin to address meaningful connectivity is something that is at the core of the work that we are doing. And what do we mean exactly by meaningful connectivity? There are at least 4 big areas that we look at when we are talking about meaningful connectivity. One is just daily use. I mean, it's actually quite interesting that in 2025, we are still sitting with an international standard that designates a person who is connected as someone who uses the internet once every 3 months. And I'm sure all of us here will agree with me that that's quite an underwhelming standard. So daily use is a big part of being meaningfully connected. You know, having an appropriate device, at minimum a smartphone, a smart device to be able to access the internet, and having access to unlimited data at affordable prices. And lastly, having a fast connection. So the quality of the connection is actually a growing divide that we are seeing amongst those who are already connected, right? And without these, connectivity just becomes symbolic if it's just basic. It misses the point of the transformation that we've been promising people they can be able to achieve once they are connected. In terms of how we implement this, we have focused on policy advocacy, data and evidence research, as well as knowledge sharing. So let me talk a little bit about policy advocacy. It's important that we continue to help to shape national ICT policies to use meaningful connectivity as the standard for measuring access and including gender-responsive targets in that. We cannot afford to leave women behind. In that figure, that 2.6 billion that Poncelet mentioned earlier, I think that if we actually looked at it from a meaningful connectivity lens, you will find that it's actually even more people who are not adequately connected the way they should be. With regards to data and evidence, I'm going to invite you to take a look at our Connected Resilience report that's on our website. That really shows how important it is for us to understand and do the research so that we enable communities to be able to articulate how they are experiencing this connectivity. So Connected Resilience looks at the gendered experience of women through meaningful connectivity and takes an ethnographic view of really looking at women where they are and the challenges that they face with connectivity after they have access to infrastructure, after they may or may not have access to devices. What is their experience? And let us inform policies that are, based on that lived experience of women. And lastly, creating knowledge sharing opportunities so that these communities are able to inform how policies are actually shaped, and we can really have a global local kind of perspective in terms of bringing women along. And lastly, I just want to conclude by saying that we have to commit to supporting and funding as well as scaling community-led digital initiatives that reach women where they are. Community networks are actually a very good example of that. We must push for gender targets in digital policy, because if you can't measure it, then it just really doesn't exist. You are not going to even know whether you are making progress or not. It's really critical that we are intentional in putting women at the center. And lastly, we must recognize that the internet is a public good. And therefore, that access cannot afford to leave anyone behind, and it must be the kind of access that's empowering to communities, including women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Onika, for putting on the gender lenses, telling exactly the issues that we need to do as countries as we move to bridge that gap. Essentially, when you look at the unconnected, of course, you are quite right, because when you look at population in many countries, particularly on the African continent, you realize that actually the other part, which is women, that are really not connected. So we have to go to where exactly they are in terms of policy advocacy and in terms of getting the infrastructure, but also making it accessible and affordable. Thank you so much, Onika. Now, we move to Mr. Guilherme Canela de Sousa to talk to us about the IFAB programs that they've been doing. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Many decades ago, there was a Minister of Economy in Brazil, and he was frequently asked about a meaningful economy. And his answer was always, well, first we need to let the cake grow, and then we distribute. Okay. As you can imagine, the distribution never arrived, right? So, and people, because they are smart, they realize that they don't want only a share of this cake. They want different cakes for celiac, for people who doesn't eat milk or whatever it is. And not only that, they want to know what is in the cake, how the cake is made. So the question here of meaningful connectivity is really about that. We need to stop this idea that first we connect, and of course the rich ones are connected first and with more quality and so on, and with more protection. And then we do the rest. We can't afford that. These need to be a parallel movement and an integrated movement and a comprehensive policy. That's why 20 years ago, when we were having the Tunis phase of the Summit on Information Society, UNESCO published a groundbreaking report called Towards Knowledge Societies. Until today, I said this earlier, sorry for the spoiler for those who were in the previous session. Until today, this report is one of the most downloaded reports in the UNESCO website. And back then, 20 years ago, we were already saying those things, that we need to include multilingualism, as was said here today, the gender component, information preservation, information ethics, information development, information literacy, all issues that are part of the Information for All program of UNESCO. And Van Cerf stole my thunder because he mentioned the UNESCO Internet Universality Indicators, this framework that I guess all of you know, based on rights, openness, accessibility, access, multi-stakeholderism, and all these cross-cutting elements that we are discussing here today, that were the previous speakers already mentioned, again, gender and multilingualism and people with disabilities and so on. And this, as you said, is an essential tool for measuring our success or our failures, where we are and where we must go. 40 countries from Brazil, that's a very complex country for its dimensions and so on, to small islands are using these kind of frameworks to understand how to build better policies based on evidence. Therefore, this network here is very much connected with these key principles of UNESCO in developing the information and knowledge societies since these last 20 years, but if we want to go back since the beginning of UNESCO, because our unique mandate in the United Nations system of protecting and promoting the free flow of information is about that. There is no free flow of information if we don't have multilingualism, if women and girls are not included, if people with disabilities, they don't have the means for doing that, if people that are far away for different technological reasons, they can't be connected and included with quality. Let me finish, maybe I'm being too chauvinistic today, with another Brazilian, a very important sociologist called Betinho. And this fantastic man used to say that we need to stop to make poor policies for poor people. Everyone deserves high quality policies. And we need to be adamant about that. Because if this is not our starting point, then we always be lagging behind. Well, those there, they can wait a little bit, right? After all, we are giving them 0 rating, whatever, right? So that needs to be our commitment. Everyone deserves high-quality policies, and this is meaningful connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guilherme, for that wonderful statement. We want a cake that everybody can have a part of. We all have to enjoy that cake, and that's why we want to have everybody connected, but also for the connection to be meaningful. Thank you so much. And then we move to Mr. Fabio Sene to talk to us about the employment of ROMX indicators in Brazil, so that we can have a clear idea about what's actually happening in that area. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to be here in this session. So if I can summarize my intervention in one single message, it will be more or less what my colleagues already said, that to address the complex challenges that we are facing nowadays, we need reliable and disaggregated indicators and sound monitoring strategies. And in particular, I work that the UNESCO ROMX indicators have proven to be a useful tool to do that, to monitor the environment from a multi-stakeholder perspective. And instead of just ranking countries, I think it's useful because it allows for creating a roadmap for action. So it's not just a matter of saying who is better in the situation, but what can we do from the indicators and the data that we have. So I'm a research coordinator at CETIC.pr, which is a think tank linked to the Brazilian multi-stakeholder internet governance model represented by NIC.pr and CGI.pr. And CETIC is also a UNESCO Category 2 center that are working along with Latin American and Portuguese-speaking countries in Africa to support this type of process of building international comparable indicators. So because of that, Brazil was the first country to pilot the implementation of the ROMX indicators back in 2018 and to launch in 2019 the first report at the IGF in Berlin. And apart from collaborating with several other countries in implementing the framework, we also supported UNESCO in updating the 5 years revision of the ROMX indicators that was launched last year in the IGF in South Arabia. So in this year, in 2025, we are updating the Brazilian assessment with the new version of the indicators. So CETIC and NIC.pr are responsible for collecting the data and providing the data, and CGI.pr is our multi-stakeholder advisory board that supports the whole process. So I'll take some time to mention a few preliminary results of what we found in the second generation indicators. So from the rights perspective, although Brazil has a legal and consistent international standards legislation, the enforcement is still inconsistent, and we have major gaps in access to information and user protection when it comes to enforcement of those rights. And although we have a very lively debate on platform regulation and information integrity that we don't used to have 5 years ago, this has not yet, we have not yet a consensus on how to regulate this and how to implement these topics. On the field of openness, we have significantly expanded digital public services online, including the idea of DPIs as the gov.br platform, but still we have not equitable access to the services because we have usability and accessibility issues to solve. When it comes to access, it's interesting because nowadays universal and meaningful connectivity is getting traction in the policy debate. So now you see the government and the whole society using this term, meaningful connectivity. But still, you have lots of inequalities to face. I can mention, we have one indicator on meaningful connectivity in Brazil that shows that black women, for instance, have much less meaningful connectivity than white men, and we can show this in the report. From the multi-stakeholder participation, Brazil is recognized, and we have an institutional architecture that provides a solid foundation for multi-stakeholder participation. I think CGI is one of these good examples. But when it comes in the details of the policies, the digital policies, you see that there is still vulnerable population that don't participate well in the discussions. And finally, the new IOI BROMEX indicators included new indicators on topics such as AI and environmental issues. And we saw that in Brazil, although we have advanced in having an AI plan, for instance, we still don't have any model for governance of this topic in the country. And environmental issues are overlooked in the whole digital policy discussion. So this, just to conclude, I think that those indicators are very useful for monitoring and for having good tools for multi-stakeholder participation. And also for if you see, lots of these topics are in the GDC, in the discussion of WICI's Plus 20 agenda, so they are very useful for monitor this whole discussion that we are having today. So thank you very much. This is my comments for today.
Thank you very much, Fabio, for taking us through the ROMX, where we can actually generate some indicators to also still assist in bridging that gap. Now, we would like to move to Joyce. Here we have a brand new car, but I cannot drive. So tell us about the capacity building that we need, because access is available, quality access is affordable, but then what next? What can I do? Talk to us about capacity building.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Not sure I can get to the car today, but let's see, you know. Thank you very much. So as mentioned, I'm with the Internet Society, and over the next 5 years, our focus is really to connect the most difficult people to connect. So we are looking at the hardest to reach people, indigenous communities, refugees, and women social-led enterprises. But getting people online, as we just heard, is just the first step. We also want to make sure that when people are online, they have a safe, a secure, and a meaningful experience. Simply put, we basically connect the unconnected and we protect the connected. We all know that connectivity is not just about technology or policy. It's actually about people. So if you allow me today, I would like you to tell you a story about a person, a young woman based in Kenya, Ruth Njeri. Ruth, as you can see, where is she? There she is. She grew up in a rural village in Kenya, where access to technology, devices, and connectivity both was very limited. And actually her mom was very reluctant to let her play with technology because she didn't really know what it was, and so it was not a good thing to do. But Ruth was very determined, and so she found her way, and in 2022, she joined an Internet Society training program focused on designing and deploying computer networks. That led to an internship with a local community network called Tunapanda, or Tandanet now, in Kibera in Kenya, one of the largest informal settlements in Africa. And actually, she impressed the team so much that they decided to hire her, and she is now the lead network engineer for the community network. And the journey didn't stop there. So Ruth is also an Internet Society Early Career Fellow. She's continuing to grow her leadership journey as she continues to work. And fast forward to today, or a couple of weeks ago, with our growing support to connect refugees, we invited Ruth to help train our trainers in Kakuma, in a refugee camp in Kenya, and in Rhino Camp refugee settlement in Uganda. Those trainers are now actively working on training other refugees. And so we hope that, well, we know that in a couple of weeks we will have 250 learners that will be trained in the camps. Ruth's story is just one example of the many that I know. We all have heard those stories, how building local capacity can really transform lives, but it can also transform communities. At the Internet Society, we believe that empowering people to take connectivity in their own hands is the best way. And Josephine already mentioned some of the challenges, or should I say opportunities, that we see with community-centered connectivity solutions. So one is, as she mentioned, financial sustainability, long-term financial sustainability. The second is a need for enabling environment and regulatory frameworks. And the one that I wanted to focus on today is capacity building, so skills, competencies, and the technical capacity to install, maintain, but also expand community networks. As Ponsley mentioned, and we heard Annika as well say that 2.6 billion people are still not connected to the internet. That's far too many for any of our organizations to connect. So this is why we focus on building the local capacity to train people who can then train others to bridge that gap. We can't be everywhere, but people at the grassroots in the local communities, they are. And so they understand the culture, the regulation, but also the needs of the communities, which is really, really critical. We currently work with over 20 partners in our 120 chapters across all regions, and we built a global network of over 200 local trainers. And by the end of 2025, we will have reached over 70,000 people with our trainings since 2021. So a couple of examples that we had was CITEL in Latin America. We did some work in Zimbabwe. Now, the largest 2.6 billion are the hardest to connect, as I said. If they weren't, we would have connected them already. The reality is that many of these communities are in rural areas where there's little commercial interest for traditional operators. So we need to work together. We need to bring all stakeholders together. This is also why we launched the Connectivity Co-Funding Initiative to help us reach our goal of ensuring that connectivity is really for everyone, everywhere, and it's affordable and reliable and resilient. Over the next 5 years, the Internet Society and the Internet Society Foundation have committed to invest $30 million in connectivity-focused initiatives. And we're actively looking for partners who will join us in connecting the last people and hopefully build that big cake that we can then provide to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joyce. Very interesting information shared with us. And about projects that are challenging and try to bring connectivity and meaningful connectivity, we have now the next speaker online with us that will talk exactly about that. Ms. Shiva Burgos, can you explain what you are working now?
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with such an esteemed panel. And I'm glad that I'm speaking last because everyone has already outlined several of the common challenges that we have with solutions. So I really appreciate the expertise that's been brought forward and also how we might benefit from it from our part of the world, which is Oceania, which is often forgotten in all these global conversations. So I could say that I'm an artist, so my background is formally trained in art. I'm also a curator, and at the moment I'm working in Papua New Guinea as the international representative for arts and culture for the National Cultural Commission, and also with Prime Minister as his special envoy for Papua New Guinea on arts. So we can influence how policy might be shaped in this area. And I think that's from a perspective of cultural heritage protection, it's essential because we've already brought up ideas about infrastructure and access. In Papua New Guinea, we have over 800 language communities at risk. So also the digital divide and the most vulnerable people that can be excluded. It's also important to think about what is accessible online, and not everything needs to be. And so there are models for protecting sacred and culturally sensitive content. For example, in Australia, there are content warnings where blurred images and clear warning signs require user confirmation. So we need sophisticated mechanisms and protocols that recognize the traditional knowledge. Sacred sites and ceremonial practices should not be digitized or shared without proper cultural authorization. And there we have to invite tribal leaders and the communities to make these decisions about how cultural custodians can have a veto power of what's available for the wider public, or also within the small communities. And there's also the issue of the dominance of Western technology companies and that approach, which is seen globally, can threaten cultural sovereignty and economic independence, and create a dangerous precedent for cultural preservation when aspirations and values come from another source rather than from within. So I would say that our Honorable Prime Minister has noted that to forever preserve Papua New Guinea arts in a world that is now getting more globalized through ICT and real-time transactions, for example, through our recent art interventions at the Metropolitan Museum in New York, it's a big step to secure the family of humanity. And indeed, our recent lunar landing, if we're talking about space, that was on March 2nd, and so collaborating with LifeShip, where digital archives of culture are protected onto microfiche in binary code and now contain cultural heritage of artworks and practices of Sipik River people. So our projects reflect an indigenous worldview that sees art and heritage as living, sacred presences, relational, entwined with identity. And the museum itself can be transformed into a living space, sharing voices, shared stewardship. And we're also extending this through an exhibition project and platform called One Bell, which unites digital exhibitions and resources from the world's great collections of Papua New Guinea art. And that gets shared back to source communities via public display and developing our digital archives for the nation. So this case study can be scaled to communities worldwide. So cultural heritage, tangible, intangible, how do we store and preserve this? How do we transmit back to source communities? Control access. How can oceanic countries access your programs, policies, and resources? And we think that culture is not something we put away in museums or hidden in books, that it lives within us, and it needs to be shared for future generations to know where they came from and who they want to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shiva, that's a very interesting example that you bring to us. I remember that we already spoke some years ago about what was happening in Papua New Guinea. So now I hand over for the minutes remaining to the room first, and then to the online moderator. So please, Margaret and Judith.
Many thanks to all the panelists for the insightful discussions, and to all the participants, both online and on-site. We are now going to open forum, open discussions, where we'll be answering questions and answers. For those who are on-site, please introduce yourself by telling us your name and organization. Be very concise with your questions, and state who you are directing the question to where possible. And we'll kindly ask you to be next to the mic. We are going to start with insights from our online participants, and I'll start with Dicha. Kindly highlight from the online participants the questions, if any, and any other insights that is happening online. Over to you, Dicha.
Thank you, Dambura. So there are some pretty interesting conversations happening online. Also, everyone is engaging with the resources that is being shared about the speaker's role and their work. So there is a question from Joseph. This is directed to Joyce, but also everyone. She says, I admire your pathway to connect everyone, though what about having a seed in every community? In example, a community learning and living lab, and then extend to community networks. She also has another question, so maybe I can hand it over to Roberto.
Thank you, Dicta. The other question is, what about borrower participation? And it's, what is your pathway to talk in natural language to the internet and get information that is specified for you and your community? That's there. And I think those are the two questions that we have. And yeah, we come back to you.
Thank you, Dicha. Thank you, Roberto. Over to you, Joyce.
Thank
the
you.
questions that you.
Thank you. One of the ways in which we actually want to work is to actually work through local hubs. And so the way, as I mentioned, that we work for capacity building in particular is to work through our local chapters. But not only through the local chapters, also actually work with local partners, local training institutions, local TVETs, and in some cases also innovation hubs, where we know that when we bring the capacity to the rural areas, and we actually bring the training capacity to the rural areas, that is really where we see the difference. For example, the training we are currently running in Rhino Camp, for example, refugee settlement, it's the first time that they actually managed, we trained trainers there. We trained, so Ruth, as you saw her on the pictures, she trained trainers in the camp. And so they now have the training capacity locally, which makes a huge difference, because not only are they training in the local context, in many cases, and I'm kind of bleeding into the second question as well in terms of languages, is that they are able to actually train in the local language. Ruth was using, for example, the content in English. Many of the technical words are in English. However, she was actually training in Kiswahili. And so this is really where we see the impact at a local level, and why local training capacity is really, really important to reach the hardest to reach in the more remote areas. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you so much for the answers to the online questions. Now is the opportunity for the people on the floor. If you have any other questions, so there's an open mic on the stand over there. So if you want to come up and ask your questions, we can have 1 or 2 questions for anyone.
In the meantime, there was a question for Bore.
Bore, yeah.
You can answer.
Yes, and in the meantime, Boya will answer the question.
Yeah, so the language resources and the language resources that are developed by the language communities are fully governed and controlled by themselves. Also the corpora that is collected, you could divide it into a free part and a bound part, where the free part is downloadable by anyone, and the bound part you give a license to those that need access to those things. And then the whole thing is, the infrastructure is mostly open source, so we get to cooperate and find the needs that we have and try to cover the needs of the language communities.
Thank you so much. We have a question from the floor. Remember, please state your name and your organization and who you're directing a question to.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Kunle Olorundare. I'm from Nigeria, and I'm the president of Internet Society in Nigeria. Internet Society is into advocacy within the IG ecosystem, so to say. And of course, sometimes we deal with issues that has to do with community networks. So I appreciate the conversation we're having today. And my contribution or my comment has to do with, yes, I agree that we need to get to the unconnected, and yes, they need to have access to the internet. However, I think it's high time we advance the conversation beyond that. We need to be looking at they in the community having what we can define as meaningful connectivity. And what I mean by meaningful connectivity is that they should have the kind of access that those people in the urban areas are having. So we should have something like that in the village. However, it may not be ubiquitous. Ubiquitous in the sense that each and every person in the rural area should have that. So it could be like a center, just like the ISOC lady mentioned, community network, but it should be meaningful. They should be able to do everything there, even at the community center. And of course, I'm thinking we also start to look at the issue of the language, because for those people in the villages, the fact remains that some of them may not be able to speak English, or maybe some of these national or international languages we're talking about. So they should be able to have access in such a way that they can use their language, and that is when they are going to appreciate this connectivity we are talking about. So I think we need to have a conversation at that level. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. So, Annika, you want to answer that?
Totally agree with that. One of the things I mentioned is the emerging inequality amongst the connected. And I think the issue of being able to address the unconnected, but also improving the standard for those who are connected from basic to meaningful connectivity is really critical for us to be able to talk about digital technologies as transformative.
It's online.
Thank you.
That's what I was saying. Thanks so much. It seems we have one more online question. So, Tichia, Roberto, will you summarize the question for us? Thank you.
We can go ahead with this next question. It's
Yeah.
for Shiva.
Yeah.
Could you please share more content details on how the project envisions the projection of the data of these communities online in practice? That question is for Shiva.
Okay, if I think that I understand the question correctly, it's how does it work practically? Well, those are always evolving situations, and as Judith knows, it's the land of the unexpected. So from the small village that I represent, Mariwai, which has no electricity, so we don't have real internet connection, and if the wind is in the right way or the sun has lit up the solar panel, you might get a connection to WhatsApp or Facebook. So what we have to do is bring in, like we have a film festival. So we bring in content from wherever, and it's based on batteries. So we have to get solar, and then in terms of the One Bell project, to bring about the content from around the world, we have different venues, for example, like concerts and arenas, the National Arts Exhibition, and that can spread around through universities and online, so people that do have access to, occasionally they'll store it in their devices and then share it back in their villages.
All right.
Hope I answered.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's unfortunate that we have to draw the curtains here as we are running out of time. But I just want to take this opportunity as the co-chair to thank each and every one of you, both online and on-site, for attending such a wonderful discussion on the meaningful access, particularly to our on-site participants here, from Pons, from Josephine, Burop, and also Judith, Margaret for assisting us, Joyce, Grileme, and then Onika, and Mr. Senate. Thank you all very much for attending. So I'll give my co-chair to give the last word, and thank you all very much.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pity that we cannot discuss a little bit more, but the most important is that the work doesn't finish here. As you know, this year the IGF was anticipated because we need to prepare documents and substance for the decision that will be taken at the end of the year at the United Nations General Assembly. So our report will be done in time for November, but I just met the facilitators that they asked for a pre-version of the report in September so that they can insert in their conclusion and recommendation to the General Assembly. So the work is not finished. Those that are committed to this scope, please continue to stay tuned with us. We need your help for the months to come. Thank you very much again.
Please welcome to the stage the moderator, Elizabeth Orembo, Research Fellow, Research ICT Africa.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trying to look at my time to be correct. That is not afternoon. I think it's afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you for being here, and also thank you to our remote participants who are joining us from various locations. This is going to be a policy network on AI topic, and you're going to discuss the role of PNMA network within the ecosystem of IGF. But before I go on to introduce this panel, let me welcome my fellow panelists, who are Mario Nebil, Director General, AGID, Agency for Digital Italy. We have Paloma Lara Castro, Policy Director, Derechos Digitales. We also have William Bird, Director, Media Monitoring Africa, and we have Xuyen Wu, Deputy Director, User and Market Research, China Mobile Institute. Before we start this panel, we'll have a small presentation to talk to us about what is PNMA about, and that will be Shamira Ahmed, founder and Executive Director, Economic Policy Hub of Africa. Welcome my panelists to the stage. Thank you, everyone. I decided to cross floor here because that was a bit far from you, and I want this session to be very, very interactive. Like I had started introducing what this panel is going to be about, it's some sort of a discussion about what the PNMA is about and its role in the internet governance as well as AI governance ecosystem, given that there's a lot of policy processes happening globally within different multilateral systems, regional blocks, and even at national level. So we are going to discuss the role of PNMA on those levels, what PNMA is about, the capacity building it does, research, and all that. So this is going to be the structure of our session because it's not just a dialogue, but it's also a feedback mechanism where we discuss amongst the panelists and also amongst the audience that we have here, as well as the remote participation that we have on what's going to be the role of PNMA also moving forward. So we are going to have a 5-minute introduction of what PNMA is about, and then afterwards you're going to have a 30-minute discussion with the panel that we have. Each of us, we are going to share those 30 minutes, and then we are going to have a Mentimeter questionnaire. It's going to be shown on the screen. So prepare your phones. I hope your phones are charged so that we start having that interactions through the Mentimeter. And then afterwards, we'll have questions and answers from the participants and from the panel itself. And then lastly, we'll share a survey with you, which we will ask you to participate in the questions that PNMA is asking about how the role, how it's going to shape its role going forward. So before the panelists, let me give it to Shamira Ahmed to introduce us to PNMA and what it's about. Thanks.
Thanks, Liz. So my name is Shamira Ahmed, and I am the Executive Director of the Data Economy Policy Hub. the DEP Hub, and it's the first independent think tank that's founded by an indigenous African woman in South Africa. So I'm honored to present the work of the PNAI. It's a global interdisciplinary bottom-up multi-stakeholder initiative that's hosted by the IGF. At its core, the PNAI is dedicated to facilitating open, inclusive, multidisciplinary dialogue on global AI governance. And we prioritize elevating diverse voices, particularly from the Global South, to be involved and promote meaningful international cooperation grounded in multidimensional challenges that are often avoided in many other AI governance forums. And some of the discussions we highlight are human dignity, intersectional equity, justice, mental well-being, and environmental protection. In a practical sense, PNAI operates through an open, collaborative process, and we do this through our various multi-stakeholder working groups that aim to transform community insights into concrete recommendations and policy briefs. We also ensure regular engagement through online meetings from town halls, consultations, and other forms of collaborative participation to ensure that our insights and our outputs genuinely reflect a wide range of perspectives. In terms of our achievements to date, we have two major milestones that we have developed since our inception. The first one was the development and presentation of our 2023 report that we presented at the 2023 IGF in Tokyo, entitled Strengthening the Multi-Stakeholder Approach to Global AI Governance, Protecting the Environment and Human Rights in the Era of Generative AI. The report identified good practices for AI governance. It emphasized the need for transparency, fairness, and accountability, and highlighted the importance of environmental sustainability and human rights in the age of generative AI. Our second milestone was the 2024 report, which was presented at last year's IGF in Riyadh. And this policy brief deepened our focus on our 4 priority areas. We focused mainly on AI governance, interoperability, and good practices, environmental sustainability throughout the AI value chain, and labor issues and the socioeconomic impact of AI. We also highlighted the liability and accountability frameworks that are necessary for inclusive and sustainable global AI governance. Looking ahead, we aim to develop a policy brief this year, which will further advance the themes I mentioned and that we have done previously, and respond to multidimensional emerging challenges that take place in this dynamic space. Beyond our reports, as I mentioned, PNI has organized multiple interactive sessions where we have brought together stakeholders from government, civil society, academia, and the private sector to share perspectives, co-create knowledge products, and build capacity for responsible global AI governance. PNI serves as an open platform for co-creating meaningful dialogue, knowledge exchange, and policy innovation. As a community, we are committed to ensuring that AI is developed and governed in ways that are ethical, inclusive, and beneficial to all. So I invite you to join in our network if you want to be part of a global collective. I invite you all to engage with our work, contribute your expertise, and help us shape a future where AI serves the public interest for all people and the planet now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Shamira Ahmed, for that introduction of PNAI as an initiative within the IGF looking at AI governance. It's a policy network on AI governance. Now, to discuss some of the things that we are going to discuss in this panel, I'd like to remind the participants that there's translation. If you have the translation gadgets, and that's because Shui Anu is going to respond to our questions in Chinese. So just get ready for that. to Shui and Wu, just to set stage for this discussion and to understand the context in which PNAI exists, I'd like you to tell us what are those risks that you're concerned with from your research center about the global and even national and even regional risks that you're concerned with, and how can regulation as well as PNAI address these risks?
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to attend this session to discuss with you. I want to focus on the IGF and PNAI's role in global AI governance and also under the context of current AI development, which focus areas should we work on. We know that AI is an important platform for international AI governance. It promotes inclusive and capacity building and has great advantages. It has a bottom-up model which encourages the participation of multi-stakeholders, and also PNAI is a multi-stakeholders platform. It focuses on the hot topics to gather the consensus on AI development. You know that AI development is unstoppable because of the iteration of innovation. The adoption of AI technology is widespread, but it also brings uncertainties. At the moment, we see misinformation and information leakage, and also the digital divide, which are the areas of concerns for the international community. No single country or body can deal with those challenges. We have to work together to tackle all these risks and challenges. So I believe that IGF and ANI will play a crucial role, and they will be increasingly important. As to the areas of focus, I think that intelligent divide is one of the focus areas, because innovation would come with uncertainties. At the moment, AI technology is growing fast. It has brought a lot of benefits, but at the moment, how to minimize or mitigate the intelligent divide before it grows wider, I think this is an important topic the international AI governance should face. We think intelligent divide would involve the access and governance. In September 2024, the GDC also mentioned that we need to promote the multi-stakeholder model to tackle the challenges, how to set up the rules and how to formulate the pathway and use the advantages of the multi-stakeholder model to learn from the best practice and also strengthen communication with other platforms. I think that's what IGF need to focus on currently and in the future. How to play the platform value of IGF and PNAI? I would touch on a few areas. First, we need to strengthen dialogue mechanism to organize the public sector, the private sector, academia, and other stakeholders to have cross-disciplinary dialogues, and also when to share more. We can set up database, user case, and to promote experience sharing, and we can try to have an improved collaborative model. Third, we need to implement the GDC together. We need to use the regional and the national strength to promote objective of GDI. That concludes my thought. Thank you.
And you've really touched on very important topics on not just digital divide, but also intelligence divide, and also the need for PNAI also to have an impact within the GDC process and these other AI policy development processes that are currently happening, which is a discussion that the other panelists are going to talk about. But before we move there, let me turn to Mario Nibil from Italy. If you can speak on the context of Italy, as well as tell us some of your national and also regional progress on AI and how PNAI fits into this national and regional context. How can it support some of these processes at that level?
Thank you. Is nobile, not in English nobile, but it's the same. It's Mario Nobile. Yes, and well, I think that talking about AI governance, we need first to understand the position of our ship in this big ocean and in the current context. Also for the hype generated by some CEOs for purely commercial reasons. Some argue that if you say hello or thank you or you are welcome to a chatbot, you can improve its response. But until the artificial general intelligence is developed, this is not the debate. The debate is not humans versus machines, but rather those who know, manage, and govern AI versus those who don't. And this knowledge gap calls for action like literacy programs, like upskilling and reskilling initiatives. In Italy, and I go to answer to your question, our Italian strategy rests on 4 pillars: education, scientific research, public administration, and enterprises. And our efforts aim to bridge the divide, ensuring inclusive growth and empowering people, individuals, to thrive in this AI-driven era. So I think that IGF could help us, also the PNAI. They could establish a repository of information on AI governance, also including research papers, best practices. I agree with the Chinese colleague. We need best practices for AI governance in different sectors: health, manufacturing, transportation, tourism. And this repository could serve as a valuable resource for discussion on AI governance. And I think that we need the big point now in Italy, but all over the world, is the potential for AI to displace jobs. So we have also in Italy, but all over the world, several think tanks suggest shifting the tax burden from labor to digital capital to avoid inefficient automation. We know while automation may cause a loss of jobs, we know this, how we can implement innovative policies to mitigate this impact. So, and I go to conclusion, we have little time. I think that we need discussion. We in Italy, the Agency for Digital Italy, I am here with Titti Cassa, she's in the IGF Italy Secretariat, and we need a discussion. We need a multi-stakeholder dialogue with academia, with communities, with policymakers. We are policymakers, with industrial stakeholders and the civil society organization. How we think about job losses, how we think about measures that can reach the goal that no one is left behind by this revolution. So I do believe that IGF and the PNAI can contribute with repository discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario, for also touching on AI divides and also not just intelligence divides. You also spoke about those who are governing an AI and those who can't participate in AI governance, as well as impacts of AI or of automation, who's going to be displaced, who's not going to be displaced, like who does it give it power to, and who remains disadvantaged there. Thanks for those remarks. I'll move to Paloma, and I'd like to ask you, using Latin American experience, I love how we are regionally diverse so that we give experiences from our different regions. How can PNI ensure multi-stakeholder governance, and also how can it enhance capacity building in terms of governance of AI, and also in terms of skills for those who are going to use AI?
Thank you, Liz. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the space. I'm representing Derechos Digitales. We're a Latin American organization with 20 years of experience working in the intersection of technology and human rights. Within our area of work, we've been focusing a lot on AI, mainly because not only because it's an emerging issue regarding human rights, but because we participate very actively in different global, regional, and local processes regarding regulation and policy. And we are basing all of our interventions in evidence-based arguments. So in that sense, I would like to mention that within our frame of work, we have a program that is called Artificial Intelligence and Inclusion, where we have an active investigation from 2019 on the increasing use of AI in sensitive areas of public policies in Latin America. This is important, and it relates to your question, but I'm going to expand a bit more on what we found in this research. So this research departs from the concept that AI is a social technical tool, which means that it arises from society, and so it comes with a baggage of all the social conditions of this production. Thus, to understand the potential impact on fundamental rights is not enough to just analyze the technology in itself, for example, to examine algorithms or automation processes, but since they are not implemented in isolation or in a vacuum. Policies that use AI as a tool are implemented in specific and social and political contexts in countries with diverse democratic composition, particularly democratic and regulatory frameworks, democratic characteristics that are tied to historical processes, and governmental administrations that respond to specific situations of each territory. In thus, such special attention should be paid to the differentiated impact that the use of AI may have on historically discriminated groups, to mention, for example, gender or indigenous communities, in compliance with the principles of equality and non-discrimination. In concrete, our investigation seeks to assess the human rights impacts from state usage of AI and how and if the principles of legality, necessity, and proportionality are taken into account. The cases that we analyzed show examples of use in sensitive areas of public administration, such as the areas of employment, social protection, public safety, education, and management of procedures, as well as usage in the administration of justice. The frequent perception of these technologies that are focused mainly on their utility in streamlining processes has a decisive influence on the decision to apply them in the public sector. What we found is that the implementation of technologies based on artificial intelligence by the state poses important challenges in terms of protection of fundamental rights. One of the main difficulties within our research was to find information, both from open sources to learn about the actual use and from interviews from state representatives, given the reluctance of some officials to give details of such use. It is worth mentioning that many of these technologies are implemented by companies, universities, or third parties, contracted by the state under different modalities, which makes access to information even more difficult. And that it also shows that in Latin America, different states are delegating to a greater or lesser extent decisions to other persons or corporate entities that in turn execute automated decision-making models for the development of the action. Some of the findings, of the main findings that we found in this research is, first of all, inadequate regulatory frameworks and lack of compliance with international human rights obligations, such as, for example, the tripartite test. It is also important to consider the different levels of regulatory development in the region with respect to, for example, data protection. We have countries very advanced that have independent authorities, and then we have other countries that don't have still any data protection laws. The human rights impacts related to the use of artificial intelligence have already been recognized by different international pronouncements, which highlight not only the need for these tools to fully comply with international human rights, but also that in case that they don't meet the criteria at the beginning, then they have to be subjected to a ban or even a moratorium or even a ban. This is something that we're not seeing happening in the process of implementing these technologies within public sector. There is no risk assessment on human rights that that depart from international pronouncements about it. The other important thing that we found is that there is questionable handling of personal data. Given that the main input for the technical development of artificial intelligence-based technologies is data, this issue is central. However, states in Latin America have difficulties in maintaining robust data use, management, and storage practices, partly due to problems such as fragmentation of databases, heterogeneity in the perspective of data among state agencies, the diversity of information systems, and the lack of a common language. It is necessary to consider, that if we don't take into account specific impact assessments on human rights, we are not only deepening structural inequalities and especially harming marginalized communities, but we are generating new forms of exclusion. And just to link it back to the IGF, and I'm going to wrap it up with this, it's important to know that one of the main characteristics of this process, besides from the lack of human rights impact assessment, is the lack of participatory mechanisms for civil society and for other stakeholders. This brings us back to why IGF, and not only the global IGF, but also the regional and local IGFs, bring about an important relevance to this issue, considering that these are the spaces that are maintained as a essentially multi-stakeholder model. What we're seeing in accelerated shrinking of civic space, these spaces become even more important. And when we think about how global policy is also advancing to centralized discussions in New York, which also brings about other deepening of other obstacles such as visa constraints and language barriers and sometimes financial aspects. So to bring it back, we need to secure the spaces that have already been proven to be effective in a multi-stakeholder model. And looking into the IGF and its connection with WSIS and the Plus 20 review, there is an urgent need to advance to a vision of digital justice with a gender and an intersectional perspective that contextualizes the WSIS core vision to the diverse living experiences of marginalized communities that are deeply affected by state and by corporate authoritarianism. It's a crucial moment. Inclusion and recognition of differentiated impact is essential to secure a rights-respecting future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Paloma. Without much time, I'd like to turn to William Bird and to give us some of the context in Africa. And in answering this question, what unique value can the IGF and PNI give to the global AI governance, and as well as regional AI governance, and now with context to Africa?
Thanks. I had some notes, but actually I've been attending a lot of sessions, and some of the things have impacted what I want to say, which is that we've seen this movie before, right? We've seen what happens when you allow the markets to determine what goes on. We've seen what happens if you say, let's not regulate. There were people on the same stage earlier today saying, no, don't regulate. Let us do it. We're here for the world, the good of the world, and these kinds of patently ridiculous things. And what that resulted in is that we've mainstreamed misogyny. We've now got online gender-based violence as a default operating mechanism on so many of these social media platforms. And that's just one of the areas of online harms. If it's xenophobia, hey, social media is your new tool of play. I mean, it's the thing that has deepened and replicated online violence and deepened inequalities, and fundamentally, for our continent, it's deepened the digital divide in ways that have made that digital divide that much greater. And at the moment, there seems to be nothing, or very little, let me not say nothing, but very little that suggests that this AI revolution is going to shift in a different direction for the people of Africa. We see that digital inequality replicated not just in the in terms of those who have access to the internet, but replicated in the inequalities of the actual infrastructure, the data centers, all of these things that are there that mean and make sure that AI can function. Most of them aren't on our continent. The means and ability for Africans to use this, to harness it, aren't on the continent. And yet, when you want to look and see where they're taking their data from, Africa, again, is fodder for these LLMs and these other mechanisms. So we've seen this, and if we don't learn the lesson, IGF is going to ultimately fail, because this is the latest test case, right? The thing that's curious about this is that the Global Digital Compact says our goal is an inclusive, open, sustainable, fair, safe, and secure digital future for all. It's a lovely goal, and yet we already seem to be miles away from this. I would have thought that this move by the United States government to effectively ban any kind of regulation of AI systems would be causing the people here to be running around in a state of near panic, or at least to be saying and coming out with clear, unambiguous, strongly condemning statements that say, this is not okay, because this is how we go down exactly the road of deepening the digital divide. This is how you allow people's data, this is how you allow the worst that AI can deliver to be delivered. So I think if we're serious about it, we need to be saying the role of the IGF and the policy network around AI is that this is the time to be bold. We need to be reasserting fundamental rights and not allow those to be ghosted. I think that we need to go back to those basic principles of transparency and accountability and ethical. Those must be the starting point, and AI systems must be permitted if they don't undermine those principles. And my last point, and then I'll be quiet, is that I think being a multi-state, we're very good at this in South Africa. We have people that literally hate each other, sitting down at the table with each other. But what that doesn't mean is it doesn't mean they sit there and don't talk about anything difficult. The nature of these things is that the IGF must facilitate hard conversations. It must make sure that the hard conversations are had, and that at the end of those things, the rights-based principles, the principles of dignity, equality, sustainability, those are the things that emerge. No matter what else gets said, those are the principles that we cannot deviate from. Because if we allow ourselves to deviate from that, then all of the evils that we're talking about are going to just persist.
Thanks, William. And I like how across the panelists we've talked about how we have different kinds of divides. And it takes me back to when we were talking about the initial, I can't say the initial, but some 10 years ago, when you're still talking about internet governance, connecting the next billion, connectivity was an issue, and it's still an issue right now. And there are lessons that we can borrow from the milestone that we've achieved from 10 years to up to now, to even the persistent challenges that we have right now in connectivity and use of the internet, even how the internet has evolved from an infrastructure that was so much open to right now the different kinds of business models that are existing that are actually entrenching some of these
inequalities. So I see there are very many lessons to learn, also, not just from AI, where we are at with AI, but also with global internet governance, the principles we had then, what principles do we have right now, and what principles have we had to let go because of how the world has evolved and even how technology has evolved through. So thanks for that. I'd like to bring in our virtual panelist, who is Ivana Bartoletti.
Yeah.
Please forgive me for that. I used to think that African names are the most difficult to pronounce, but these other ones are also challenging as well. So welcome, Ivana, and I'd like to ask you the same question that I asked William Bird, to put PNI into the context of the different policy processes that are happening, and what is it that the IGF and PNAI can bring into these global policy processes? What are those values that we can insist for them to be there in the processes led by UN, in the processes led by different multilateral processes like OECD and even African Union and European Union? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And so sorry for not being able to be physically with you. So I think I wanted to say on this really interesting question, just a couple of things. The first is that we're living in quite strange time, because I think a lot of people from across the world are looking at artificial intelligence with both excitement and fear, in the sense that I think that everybody knows, and many, many people know, how AI can be a source of good, can take medicine in places where it can't otherwise be taken. It can help education. It can improve our well-being. But I also think a lot of people know the potential harms, be it disinformation, be it damages to our cognitive abilities, be it, for example, issues related to the impact on young people because of the persuasive capabilities of these tools. So we have all that from one hand, and on the other hand, we are still discussing whether we need governance or not. We're still discussing how to organize governance and wrap controls around artificial intelligence, which is a fantastic technology that can bring a lot of good to our world if we manage it properly. So if we only look at what happened over the last few weeks, and it was mentioned earlier, there are discussions in the US about a moratorium. There are discussions in the European Union to delay the implementation of the European AI Act. But at the same time, there are countries such as Japan which have introduced different but interesting governance around artificial intelligence, or India, where, for example, there is an important privacy and data protection bill that has an impact on artificial intelligence. So the reason why I mention this is because I see the policy network as a bridge between these two things. The fact that on the one hand, there is the concern that people have on the social, economical impact on systems that make decisions about people, decide what we see, have an impact on our human rights, and shape quite differently the way that our social relations are organized. On the other hand, we have artificial intelligence that is part of the arsenal that people have when it comes to global competition, with different ways across the world, and still a patchwork approach to regulation. So what I see as the network at the IGF, the policy network, is the capability to bridge that gap between these two different dimensions around artificial intelligence. So things, for example, around what are best practice at global level in the way that artificial intelligence is being governed. What are the skills that are needed for businesses and for public sector across the world to leverage data without infringing upon the rights of individuals? And I'm thinking around technologies to enhance privacy. How do we train a generation of business leaders to use AI not because it's glamorous, not because there is a hype, but because it increases productivity and makes the world of the work of employees better? How do we create and use AI in a way that does not destroy our environment, adding to the pollution that we already have? All these are practical elements and ways that we can govern artificial intelligence. I speak as a business, and I want to be clear. Businesses across the world using AI, they need governance. Because without governance, we can't innovate. We can't create the long-lasting innovation rooted in the ability to reinvent the way that we work and operate. We need AI that we trust. So trust, to me, is the most important element. I want people to trust AI, companies to trust AI, so that we can use it, and by using it, enhance productivity. But to generate that trust, organizations like the policy network are crucial, because we need to share how we create that trust. How do we embed human rights, privacy, cybersecurity, legal protection into the design and the deployment of these tools? Without places where all these level of governance can be discussed, shared, implemented, I think it's going to be difficult moving forward to be able to, in the fragmented world we live in. I think the importance of avenues like this is only going to increase.
Thank you. Thank you, Ivana. Ivanica, please, apologies if I am butchering your name, for those interventions. And I think now from our panelists, across our panelists, we've heard what the concerns are on the governance of AI, from digital divide to human rights to harms, and even, as Ivanica says, the role of PNI can be to build trust within these different policy processes, so that we can instill or we can champion some of these values from the IGF into those policy processes, which is basically the same people we see in these processes, and we also see them at the IGF. They're still in our networks. So I haven't forgotten our virtual moderator, who I will ask if we have any comments from virtual participation or even questions from virtual participation. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you,
So
everyone.
Please introduce yourself and then go ahead to tell us what's happening there virtually.
Absolutely not. Thank you. Here is Herman Lopez from the Colombian Chamber of IT and Telecoms. It's a pleasure to join you as online moderator. So far, we don't have any particular question in the chat. However, I might like to ask the conversation that you're having right now, a question for the panelists. How do you think we should, on one hand, profit from all these different discussions that are happening at the UN level? I think that's something that pretty much all of you have mentioned, while also avoiding, let's say, regulatory or dialogue fragmentation that makes it difficult for all these like different compartments inside the UN to to not be able to coordinate appropriately. No, I think we all know what we're doing here at the IGF with AI, but also what's happening with UNESCO, what's happening with the ITU. So I would like maybe to know your take on it, and thank you very much.
Many thanks, Lopez, and thanks to our panelists. Now I'd like to turn to the audience here, but before I turn to our audience, there's a Mentimeter that will go live on the board. Please make use of your phone and try answer that question on menti.com. The code is 33502806. And as we engage with this menti.com, do we have any questions from the floor? I don't know whether we have a standing mic so that we have a queue somewhere here at the center. We only have 4 minutes, so if you can tweak your question into 14 characters, that would be great.
Yeah. Thank you, Elizabeth. Ponsley speaking, a member of the Policy Network for AI. What I want is to get views from the panelists on the UN document on governing AI for humanity. We have gaps in terms of representation. I'll just focus on that to see what their comments are on governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ponslet. Next one.
Hi, my name is Adriana Castro from Externado University of Colombia. Thank you for the panel. Please share your thoughts on whether the AI governance should have a general approach with global minimums or via sectors, via local approach, and if there is an urgency to prioritize some sectors in particular. I have a second and third questions. In your consideration, what is the role of the UN guiding principles on business and human rights on the AI governance? Finally, if you can share some comments whether on how the role of social sciences and academia in IA governance and some insights on how to be included in the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Yi-Chen, I'm from the PNMA. Actually, I have a question to the panel, which is regard what do you think, what kind of improvement the PNMA IGF needs to do in order for them to have more in terms of the intervention power, influences in the policy making, because it's a multi-stakeholder process where there's a multilateral process going on at the UN level. So how do you perceive the relationship between the PNMA or the IGF and all these multilateral process going on the global level? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Kunle Olorundare. I'm from Nigeria. I'm the president of Internet Society Nigeria chapter. So I'll go straight to my question. So it has to do with trust. So for me, trust is a big deal, especially when it comes to an environment where a lot of people are developing different applications in terms of talking about AI. Yeah, so my question is this. I want the panelists to I want to hear the views of the panelists with respect to having a universal framework on artificial intelligence, because I believe that is what can actually build this trust we're talking about, trust in which every stakeholder is carried along. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I first acknowledge and say to my fellow countryman, William Byrd, that we are very proud of you as South Africa, and it's good to see you on the panel. And you would understand and appreciate the context of my question more than anybody else, I would think. Is the notion true? Is there any truth in the notion that AI systems is recreating a digital apartheid in the fact that it is mirroring historical patterns of racial segregation. I thank you.
Thanks. Please go ahead. And can I ask that we close the line now because our time is up? So we have one question there and one here. Please go ahead.
I'll move in French. Bonsoir à tous. Je suis...
Hello, I'm Kosia Messi. I come from Benin. Hello, everyone. I'm Kosia Messi, and I come from Benin. And this session, for me, is absolutely crucial. It allows us to talk about a topic that we do not talk about enough. In Africa, we produce data, but our data are often externalized, or they are accessible in data centers that are not on our territories. How can we participate to, how do we participate to the training of artificial intelligence in our own labs without having the data on site? So can we have virtual spaces to conserve the data so for us to train our own AIs? Thank you.
Hello, this is Jasmine Koo from Hong Kong. So I'm actually part of PNMA and also a youth lead research group called Asia Pacific Policy Observatory. So this season we are doing research about AI impact in different areas such as digital well-being and misinformation. One question I would like to seek for your advice is, given that we have so many toolkit and resources guidelines developed by different institutions, the leading ones such as UNESCO, EU, and also ITU, etc. So how would you suggest researchers to navigate this, a lot of different frameworks developed differently, and how can we be strategic in order to make use of the existing resources, and also to spot if there is any gap that haven't been adjusted enough in this existing thing. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. I think now we have some of the answers coming up to this question on menti.com that I would like our panelists to respond to as we respond to some of the questions that have come here. We have about 18 minutes to do that, but I'll read some for you. And I would translate this as values, because the question was, in one word, what would be the future role of the IGF and the policy network on AI in global AI governance? And we have some of the common values here that we have: funding, integration, transparency, a facilitator role. Someone said that PNI can be a bridge from the panelists, convener, multi-stakeholder, privacy. And then we have these other values: digital cooperation, digital divide, and integrity and inclusion. So I'd like to turn to our panelists, and I will start with our virtual panelists because we ate into so much of your time. If you can respond to some of these questions, and I would like to mention some of them. Representation gaps, and I think here Poncelet mentioned that in these various policy processes, there's lack of representation from participants from the global south, as well as these processes themselves. They also lack country participation themselves. As countries come together to have AI governance or friendly AI governance kind of cooperation, not much is happening in the global south when it comes to those processes, such as G7, G20, and the rest. Please also speak about the role of UN guiding principles on UN and on business and human rights. So over to you, Ivanica, if you can use 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I wanted to say that AI has never been not regulated. Sorry to start from this. Legislation around privacy, consumer, equality, non-discrimination, human rights law already apply to artificial intelligence. Why am I saying this? Because often artificial intelligence has been used as an excuse to breach existing legislation. This is very important to bear in mind. It's very important to bear in mind that we're not starting from scratch, that we have to think about how existing legislation applies to artificial intelligence, algorithmic decision-making, and all of that. Governance of AI comes in many different ways. Business governance, state governance, global governance, the UN, and very important, the Digital Compact. My key issue is how do we make sure that we know where countries and how they are performing against it? How do we know what is happening? And is there a way that we can assess, as we do with many other things, as we assess in a sort of index, how countries are interpreting those values in the Digital Compact? And to me, that is very, very important. We've had over the years a proliferation of documents from the OECD and its fantastic work it's doing, especially on privacy. From the UNESCO, amazing work, especially on education. A proliferation of tools that are the soft governance around artificial intelligence. And we know that there has been a prevalence of the North into these processes, not the UN one necessarily, but when it comes, for example, to the G7, G20, and this is a space where we can certainly have the more global participation that is needed. But this is absolutely true. And even in where the big AI tech are located across the world, that there is a concentration that keeps many countries out. So I wanted just to conclude by saying that trust, what does it need? It needs governance in many different levels. Existing laws and how we comply with those, upholding human rights in the age of AI and what that means. Do we need more? How do we do this in practice, including privacy to privacy enhancing technology, civic participation across the globe, and we need to ensure that we have, although different in different countries, from the European AI Act in the EU, Japan, China, India, across different, we need to make sure that we have regulation supporting the entrance of these tools into the market, so that we know that people can trust them and business can trust them because due diligence has gone into these tools before they're marketed. And I think this is a crucial element that needs to be taken into consideration. How we govern all of this, the legislation that we put around this is complex, obviously. The European AI Act is one example of potentially many. But we need to understand that there is no conflict between having some controls around these tools and innovation. Actually, they can go hand in hand. And this is something that we, in occasions like this, we really have to stress and highlight.
Thanks, Ivana. And on what you're speaking about, some of them is about not really a conflict of values, but how we are going to balance between one value and the other. And that requires honest conversations, and it also requires a trust environment. Now, I'd like to bring the conversation to our panelists who are here with us physically, and to turn to you, Mario, to talk about trust, bridging from what Ivana has spoken about, and speak about the role of PNAI in fostering that trust environment in the IGF network and these policy processes.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Ivana, and I'll try to answer also to friends from Nigeria. I think technology evolves faster than most governments, public administration, and stakeholders can innovate. Yes. We have technology at a relentless pace. So I agree with Ivana. I'm European, so we have GDPR for privacy, AI Act, NIS2 for cybersecurity, and so on. But it's a matrix. So everyone is looking for trustworthy AI, but trustworthy AI is regulation, okay? It's compliance with the regulation we have, but it's also digital sovereignty. Our friend from Nigeria said, how my data center is in Nigeria or anywhere. And so I'm happy with the European regulation. We have the FRIA, the Fundamental Right Impact Assessment in the AI Act. But we have yet to establish a European hyperscaler cloud. So we have a problem. So I go to conclusion. I think it's a matrix. I think that no one has the solution. But it's important to talk, to discuss about these themes. So the role of PNI, as I mentioned earlier, is to discuss digital sovereignty, compliance, fundamental rights, and technology evolves. Now we have agentic AI, agents. So big opportunities, natural language processing, inclusion, citizen inclusion, people with disabilities. We can get to goals unbelievable. But we have another technology. So the principles in the GDPR, in the AI Act, are old. We must refresh them. This is the point. And we must talk about and discuss about this.
Yeah, indeed, there are learning points from some of the other processes that have come before AI that you can use in the governance of AI when it comes to the role of PNAI. Yeah. I'd like to go to Shui and Wu, and the question is related to what you had already presented previously, and I'd like to ask you, what improvements can IGF do? How can it gain more influence when it navigates these other policy processes?
Thank you very much for your question. I actually was going to talk about how IGF and PNMA can help create trust, inclusive in dialogues and thoughts about those topics. I think AI presents shared challenges and opportunities for humanity. So we should use PNAI and such platforms to ensure diversity so that our conversations can include different genders, races, regions, and age groups. Also, and during that process of communications and dialogues, we need to allow their opinions to be fully expressed so that we need to think about whether marginalized groups can have their items included in agendas. Also, the equality in access resources. We need to ensure that equal opportunities are provided to those marginalized groups. And also the global equality issue, the principles or rules have to consider different specifics, the development stages of different countries. I think with this kind of efforts, we can make better use of IGF and the PNAI to create an environment with greater trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Shui and Wu. And I'd like to go to William Bird. We've had several interventions from our African participants and also an intervention from one of our panelists on how we can ensure trust and also in data that is not in Africa. How can we ensure international collaboration to make sure that this data is used for the development of AI and even other development, African development. Please speak to the issue of data, cross-border data flows, and also things to do with representation gaps as it affects the global South and also Africa.
Thank you. I mean, I think that the reality is simply the question was, is it recreating some form of new version of apartheid? And the short answer is I'm not sure if it's quite as extreme as that, but it's certainly recreating the inequalities that have typified colonialism. And this seems to be on many levels a new form of that in many practices. And your colleague from Benin who spoke just after you highlighted that point, talking exactly about data that is harvested from Africans, not kept on African shores. We have no idea where it goes, and yet it's there. I think the short answer to how we're going to deal with this is, as African states, we need to mobilize. We need to come together because many individual states don't have the kind of power to challenge these multinationals, but together we can. As the continent that's getting younger with young people, we need to make sure we have a duty to them to make sure that we mobilize and come together and start to levy huge fines on these global entities. The Global Digital Justice Forum, in fact, just made some of its a submission to the WSIS Plus 20, and one of the things that they're calling for is a digital development tax that should be imposed on these entities in order to fundamentally address this inequality. Because we can talk about it, we know what it is. The question is just what do we do about it? Short answer, tax, fine them, digital tax for that development. These aren't nice to haves that we're saying, oh, we poor African states, we need this. This is about fundamental rights to equality. It's about redress and repatriation.
Thanks, William. And Paloma, I've reserved the question of human rights to you because your presentation really much touched on human rights and in the digital age, also touching on the human rights, global human rights framework. If you can match some of those questions to your earlier presentation.
Thanks, Liz. Well, I think that as I mentioned, we are at a crucial moment. We are discussing issues that are going to be, that are central, are going to be even more central in the following years. One of the things we're seeing is, like I mentioned, lack of compliance with existing frameworks. That translates to two things. On the one hand, like was mentioned within one of the questions for the audience, is the fragmentation of discussions. This fragmentation of discussions does not only happen in the themes to be discussed in different fora, but this fragmentation also happens in the recognition of certain rights and limitations. We see some pronouncements in international human rights that point to the need to take into account not only existing framework, but also the need to contextualize to the present challenges, and as the colleague mentioned, the need to safeguard the future and youth. What is the youth going to be? What is youth going to be? How is they going to be interacting with this world where there's lack, not only democratic setbacks, but also geopolitical shifts that are affecting deeply into the world and in affected communities. So we do need to think about the coherence of the international framework in these discussions. That's on the one hand, and on the other hand, the need to avoid duplication of processes. We are in a moment right now where, as was mentioned, we have the GDC, we have Pact for the Future, we have the WSIS Plus 20 review. We need to coordinate these efforts in order not only, as I mentioned, avoid duplication, but also ensure meaningful participation as a key element to advance in the protection of international human rights. This is important to mention that it's not only participation or meaningful participation, it's not only a human rights in itself, but it's also necessary to guide states in the compliance of their obligations in human rights.
Thanks, Paloma. And I'm going to be unfair by not giving you a chance to have a parting shot. If I was going to do that, I was going to ask you to do it in one word, but that's not going to be possible now, checking the time. But I'd like to thank our panelists. Please join me in thanking them for the great contributions that they've had to this session.
And to the moderator.
Yeah, someone says clap for me as a moderator. Yes, and also to our audience, those who are participating with us physically and those who are also participating with us virtually. And like I said, this is an interaction that is a feedback, that is meant to act as a feedback for the PNA network to see how they are going to shape their work going forward. Thank you for participating in the menti.com, which is also going to be very valuable. The people who ask questions also, we are also going to take those questions into our feedback mechanism. And the last process for feedback, we have this survey link. Please take the code, take the link. There are a few questions for you there to help us improve the policy network on AI moving forward. Shamira, who had presented to us what PNAI is about and the different tracks and the processes and the reports that they have produced and shared within different processes. She also shared how you can participate in the PNA network. If you need more information about that, Amrita is there, and there are some other people who are on the mic saying that they are on the PNA network. You can join the network, see how you can contribute to the network, and see how we can widen the impact of PNA. Otherwise, thank you. It's been a great session.
Thank you.